there's something to remind me of another place and time.
Haven't ordered dinner yet? Then try Giordano's, Chicago's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Having won 10 of their last 12, the Cubs look to move another game above 500 and gain ground on the Brew Crew. With a victory tonight, Lou's Bunch can achieve their 4th consecutive series win. Cubs and Nats next. That's the World War II Memorial, one of the many moving landmarks here in our nation's capital. And we greet you tonight from RFK Stadium here in Washington, D.C. Overcast skies, some rain earlier. We might be dodging the wet stuff tonight, but the Cubs look to win this series after winning 2 of the first 3 against the Washington Nationals. And welcome to Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Brewers already lost today, so a chance to pick up a full game on the leaders, and a different looking lineup tonight for Lou Piniella.
Yeah, we know that Lou has tweaked the lineup back and forth, trying to find something he's comfortable with. He has found that lineup, but this isn't it tonight. Darrell Ward in the lineup at first base for Derek Lee. Jock Jones in center field. Cesar Stewart at shortstop. Very important that you get these guys in the lineup from time to time. We know Darrell Ward's a valuable pinch hitter. Jock Jones has found himself pinch hitting a lot more, and his Torres comes in as part of a double switch, so you got to get him some at-bats.
The pitching matchup tonight, left-hander Sean Marshall for the Cubs, righty Jason Bergman for the Nationals, and neither had a good start the last time out.
Yeah, both coming off very subpar outings. Bergman, this will be his 3rd start since spending 5 weeks on the disabled list with a tender right elbow.
So the Cubs, even though they were shut out yesterday, have still won 10 of their last 12 and 20 of their last 30, and a chance to win this series. There have been a lot of Cub fans here throughout the week as they look to win 3 of 4 before heading to Pittsburgh in the final series before the All-Star break. First things first, Cubs and the Nationals coming up next.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserve your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
The Beloit Snappers are in town for a 3-day homestand with the Swing. On Saturday, the first 800 fans take home a bobblehead of Cardinals pitcher Mark Mulder. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day and Bark in the Park. It will be a doggone great game. Bring the kids out for Monday night's game. All kids 12 and under will receive a free hot dog and small soda.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Welcome back to Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Stadium. The last time the Cubs will play in this ballpark, as the Nationals scheduled to open their new park in 2008. And we're ready for baseball as we check in on the Cubs lineup. Brought to you by Southwest. Former National Alfonso Soriano getting ready to hit. Mike Fontenot will bat second. Another former National, Darrell Ward. Ramirez, Floyd. We talked about Jones in the lineup. Coy Hill catching. Cesar Torres hitting ninth. And Sean Marshall still looking for his first hit here in 07.
Let's take a look at the Nationals defensively. Fick, Logan, and Kearns across the outfield. Zimmerman, Lopez, Belliard, and Young across the infield. Brian Schneider once again doing the catching for the Nationals tonight. He'll be receiving the pitches from the right-hander, Jason Bergman.
A wind and the 1-0 pitch is popped foul by Soriano. Dimitri Young reaches and makes a catch right near the railing. Looked like Dimitri thought he was just about out of room and reached over and was able to get it. He's coming off a huge performance offensively yesterday.
Yeah, normally you instruct your corner infielders to run over to the railing, and then you can always come back into the field of play, but get to the railing as quickly as possible. But there's so much foul ground here at RFK Stadium that Dimitri Young just decided never to take his eye off that ball and do what he had to do when he got close to the railing.
Mike Fontenot playing second base, looks at a fastball for a strike. Well, you mentioned in the open, Jason Bergman recently came off the disabled list, missed over a month with right elbow inflammation. And caught a good piece of Brian Schneider. Welcome back to the starting lineup, Brian Schneider.
Hope you enjoyed your day off. It just took a little bite. Yeah, talking about Bergman, his first start back against the Atlanta Braves, he was actually very good through 4 innings, gave up only 4 hits and 1 run, but was on a pitch count, had to come out of that ball game. Last time out against the Pirates, not quite as good. 4 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs.
2 bouncer, and it's handled by Dimitri Young. He'll take it unassisted. A couple of putouts for Young here in the first inning.
Bergman will feature a sinker, a breaking ball that sometimes he gets on top of. It looks more like a curve. Other times he'll get around it. It looks more like a slider. Also throws a straight changeup. But talking to Don Sutton, the fine television analyst here for the Washington Nationals, and he said that this guy is like a poor man's Brandon Webb. When he has his good sinker working, he can get by with just 1 pitch. The problem is occasionally his arm angle gets a little bit too low and that sinker flattens out. Something to watch for in this ball game. See if he's got that sinker going down, or is it going parallel to the ground.
Darrell Ward getting just his 6th start of the year at first base. Derek Lee without a hit in this series, so getting the night off. Also Lee just 1 for 28 in his career in this ballpark. Last year Ward split the season between the Nationals and the Braves. At 308 here, at 308 with Atlanta.
You mentioned Derek Lee's struggles in this ballpark and in this series. However, he's 2 for 3 lifetime against Bergman with the home run. So a lot of numbers Lou had to weigh before deciding to give Darrell Ward the start at first base tonight.
There's a ground ball backing up Ronnie Belliard. And a 1-2-3 start for Jason Bergman. The Nationals offense will come up against lefty Sean Marshall when we come back.
The all-wheel drive IS250 confidently handles most any surface, even thousands of surfaces at once. Attractive leases available on all 2007 IS models for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
Have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
So drop your purse and grab your hips and act like you're trying to get this money right quick. So can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
shining is taking responsibility. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we know managing your health care can be overwhelming, and it's our job to help you meet the challenge. By guiding, supporting, and showing the way, we encourage you to gain control. Because we believe the best tool we can give you is the confidence to take charge. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Cubs failed to score. In fact, did not have a base runner in the top of the first. Sean Marshall will try to match Jason Bergman pitch for pitch. Now the National Southwest lineup. Pretty similar to yesterday. The only big change is the catcher position. So you have Logan, Belliard, Zimmerman, Young, Kearns, Lopez. Schneider back in there, Flores out. Robert Fick again playing left, hitting 8th today with Bergman batting 9th.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Soriano, Jock Jones, and Cliff Floyd across the outfield tonight. Ramirez is Torres on the left side, Fontenot and Ward on the right side. Boy Hill doing the catching for the left-hander, Sean Marshall. Sean looking to bounce back, as we mentioned, from a very poor outing against the Brewers last time out. You see his numbers on the season. Needs to pound that strike zone early in the count, get ahead, and then expand the zone.
Second time he's pitched in this ballpark. Less than 2 hours away from his hometown of Richmond, Virginia. Ball won the count on Nook Logan. Scored a run in the 5th inning yesterday, his first run in 12 games. Pushes a bunt foul down toward Darrell Ward. Marshall with his 3rd career start against this Washington club. 1-0 with a 1.80 earned run average through 2 starts. 10-12 in his career overall. This is career start number 33. Trying to get his career mark under 5 with the ERA. Right now 5.02. Kind of let it all hang out. This will be his final start of the first half. Rich Hill with his final appearance yesterday, save for an emergency outing this weekend if needed in Pittsburgh, but I'm not sure the Cubs would even use Rich Hill in that spot. If they got short in their pen, they probably would make a roster move. I think the idea now is to give Rich a nice long break after another rough outing yesterday. Gave up that grand slam to Dimitri Young. Bounding ball right at Mike Fontenot. And Lou Piniella was rather pointed and specific about what he thinks Rich Hill needs to do, and that is not battle himself on the mound. He noticed that he noticed yesterday that Rich looked aggravated when he gave up hits,
which is kind of odd. And we talked about this with Rich Hill earlier this season, you know, talking about the mental part of pitching and how you let things go and move forward. You can't dwell on the past, which is a very easy thing to say when you're pitching well and things are going good. Now, when you run up against some adversity, it's not quite as easy to let things roll off your back, and I think that's what Rich has kind of bumped up against in his last few starts.
So while the break he'll get will certainly have a physical component to it, maybe the mental break will be more important. The Gold Glover is Torres scooting over and throwing out Belliard. Cesar won the Gold Glove in 2004 with the Dodgers. Began the year as a starting shortstop, but has had more time on the bench lately. Oh, Ryan Zimmerman. It's not a holiday tonight, by the way. I think that will be a good sign for the Cubs. We talked about yesterday Ryan Zimmerman and all the big holidays lately has come up with game-winning home runs, and yesterday was no exception. Father's Day of 06, Independence Day of 06, Mother's Day, Father's Day this year, and Independence Day again, all with game-winning home runs.
Well, this is Get Ryan Zimmerman Out Day here at RFK Stadium.
Not an official holiday, but
not yet.
One and two the count. Left-hander Matt Chico has 7 shutout innings in his first ever start against the Cubs, and he got the win. What was the line from Zimmerman in the paper today? Locally, said Matt Chico's more boring than I am. Very steady guy.
And Zimmerman is known for throwing out those baseball cliches in the post-game media conferences, you know, just trying to help the team win. And you know what I'm talking about, the same cliches you see out of every baseball camp in spring training. And Zimmerman says that Chico's even more subdued than Zimmerman is.
Hey, he smiled. The 2-2 pitch hit well. Jock Jones got a good jump on it, and the running catch through the gap. So each starter goes 1, 2, 3. I don't think Sean enjoyed that last pitch. Even though it was an out, it was hit hard.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
What it wants. Always ask for Pennzoil. Get a 5-quart jug of Pennzoil high mileage vehicle motor oil at Walmart for only $12.22.
Are you getting this?
The odds the beaten path has been punched, kicked, and stomped on.
Go slow.
32 to 1.
Stay low. Wow.
The LR3, created for the one. The LR3 by Land Rover, designed for the extraordinary.
Tomorrow, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. The road trip continues as Alfonso Soriano and the Northsiders battle the Pirates. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Pirates tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Summer's biggest event kicks off as baseball's greatest stars arrive on the red carpet for the Midsummer Classic from San Francisco. The MLB All-Star Game Red Carpet Show presented by Chevrolet, Tuesday.
First pitch of the second inning swung on and missed. A healthy cut by Aramis Ramirez. Each team went down in order in the first. So it'll be Ramirez, Floyd, and Jones against right-hander Jason Bergman, who was beaten by the Cubs earlier this year at Wrigley Field. Bounced foul past Mike Quaddy.
You saw that big cut from Aramis Ramirez on the first pitch he saw from Bergman, but it was a pitch that was up above the belt. Against a sinker ball pitcher, that's should be your mental approach when you get in the batter's box. See the ball up in the zone. If you chase that sinker down around the thighs, it's going to end up out of the strike zone down low.
Popped up by Ramirez. Brian Schneider at first didn't see it. Now locates it and makes a grab. Hey, look who's here. President Bush watching some Cubs and Nationals baseball tonight. This might be the smallest crowd of the week. 39,000 plus. Yesterday, a huge walk-up crowd. It's been kind of that threat of rain all day. Just you know, some light showers earlier.
Yeah,
they had a long rain delay in Pittsburgh before the Pirates beat the Brewers today.
A little bit of a 4th of July hangover. A big day to celebrate yesterday in the nation's capital.
Great fireworks last night. I know you had a good spot near the Lincoln Memorial. I was at the other end.
I think I saw you.
Oh, did you?
You were over there with the 250,000 other people on that end of the reflecting pool.
The 1-0 pitch to Cliff Floyd at the knees for a strike. And along those lines, I want to thank my good friend Pat Suiters, the chief of staff for Senator Dick Durbin. Pat's at the ball game tonight with huge Cub fans Sean O'Shea and Sean Sheehan rooting on the Cubs. That one missed. 2-1 on Floyd, who plays right. You have Soriano at left, Jones in center, and Cliff in right. .79 degrees at game time. Temperatures have been fairly mild for this time of year, really all week. It's knocked down by Belliard and got time to make the play. Don't miss any of the action as the Cubs battle the Astros on Friday, July 13th at 1:20. The first 20,000 fans get a scratch and win card with 500 random winners receiving an autographed Carlos Zambrano photo. Compliments of Wrigley. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. We have news regarding the final All-Star spot, and unfortunately Carlos didn't make it for the National League All-Star team, but we'll tell you who did coming up.
There's still an outside chance that Carlos could be selected if somebody physically were not able to participate in the All-Star game. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Carlos could still be selected.
Already one injury replacement. Roy Oswalt will replace John Smoltz. That was smacked by Jock Jones. Left field corner, fair ball. Jock with his first start at 14 games. The last time he was in the lineup, June 20th at Texas. Picks up his 12th double of the year, and he's at second base with 2 gone for Coy Hill.
Nice approach this time by Jock Jones. That pitch is probably off the plate away, and he's still able to get the barrel of the bat on it and hit it with authority. A 2-hopper against the wall out there at the 335 mark. That's, to me, Jock Jones at his best right there. When he's driving the ball to the opposite field, that's when he drives it with authority, hits the ball hard in the gaps down the line and even over the fence from time to time.
So it's a switch hitting catcher. Coy Hill takes it high. So here it is, the final spot in both leagues. Right-hander Chris Young of the San Diego Padres, not a huge surprise, putting up great numbers. And left-handed reliever Hideki Okajima with the Boston Red Sox. So they have made the All-Star squads. And also news involving Chris Young. He has dropped his appeal of the 5-game suspension he drew after the bench clearing brawl involving Derek Lee at Wrigley Field on June 16th. So sitting out the final 4 games before the break, and then the first game right after the break. The bottom line is really his suspension is not going to mean anything. And you know what? I don't blame the Padres for kind of sorting it out the way they did. For a starting pitcher, it's a lot easier to figure it out. Derek Lee still has not had his appeal heard. Originally, he was told it was going to be this Monday, but then they pushed it back, so not quite sure when it'll be heard.
Too bad you can't serve it over the break.
Yeah.
You know, took Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and maybe the last day of the first half of the season in Pittsburgh, and come back Friday ready to go. Of course, suspensions have to be served during the quote-unquote championship season, which are regular season games. And the All-Star game is not obviously considered a regular season game.
The 3-2 on the way, hit in the air, foul, and just out of play near the tarp. Well, we talked about the suspension situation and appeals in baseball. It just seems as though teams have too much control over when a guy actually serves his suspension.
Well, there was a lot of talk that perhaps Derek Lee should serve his suspension, drop his appeal, and serve his suspension during the course of this road trip, playing just a couple teams that are struggling.
The throw gets Hill. Good hustle by Coy Hill, but thrown out by Felipe Lopez. So the Cubs get a 2-out double from Jock Jones, but cannot score. Still 0-0.
My card, please.
Silver one. Coming right up.
Look at that! Awesome! Not for you.
Need a new car? Get to Pontiac and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s. Through July 9th, choose 0% financing plus $1,000 or get into a new G6 sedan starting at $15,645. The Pontiac Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th. Visit PontiacDrive.com.
Starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brew Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
You know, I'm really glad we got a RAV4. I mean, it's a Toyota, so you know it's well made. And we scored a great price. And with 30 miles a gallon, we'll save on gas too. So I was thinking, since we're spending so much less money than we expected, let's go ahead and get you that necklace, huh?
Or we could get your mountain bike.
Yeah, you sure? Cool. Let me show you what I picked out. Oh my God. You want to ride on the handlebars?
Toyota. A great way to keep moving forward.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Don't miss your chance to see a Cubs game at beautiful Wrigley Field. Tickets are available now for Cubs home games. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Bottom two, Dimitri Young will start it for the Nationals. 3 for 4 in the ballgame yesterday, including his 6th career grand slam. The only 2 home runs in this series have come from the Nationals, Zimmerman and Young.
Now Zimmerman was a solo line drive into the bullpen and straightaway left field. Dimitri Young with a towering home run to left. Soriano trying to climb the wall out there in front of the Cubs bullpen to make the play, to no avail.
Marshall working quickly. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. The Expos fans are still out there.
If it gets too windy, he may take off.
Marshall coming back, and another foul by Young. Just to follow up on Chris Young. His final start of the first half came yesterday, so you know the way it worked out, he was going to get the 4 days off anyway going into the break, and then we'll probably start the second game back on in the second half. There's a ground ball to short to second base, and Fontenot will throw out Dimitri Young. 4 up, 4 down for Sean Marshall. And checking out the weather, you saw some of the wind on that fan's head a little earlier. Out of the south at 11, and a muggy forecast. So it's Austin Kearns, who is slumping right now, 5 for his last 32. 1 for 2 against Marshall. The 1 hit was a home run. Against this division, Sean Marshall 2-1 with a 1.89 in 3 starts. Both wins coming against the Atlanta Braves. Close, but he didn't get the call. Has a sign he wants from his catcher, Coy Hill. And Kearns just got a piece. Well, Milwaukee losing again. So they dropped 3 of 4 in that series in Pittsburgh. 6-3 the final. They had a 2-hour, 28-minute rain delay before they got going. And Ben Sheets took his first loss since May 22nd. Gave up 5 earned runs in 6 innings. Milwaukee also lost their center fielder Bill Hall in the 2nd inning with a sprained right ankle. Not sure how serious that injury is. Fontenot under it. 2 down. I was watching some of that game on the computer. It was a Ryan Doman home run, and Bill Hall kind of climbed up the center field wall. When he landed, he really landed awkwardly on that right ankle. Those can be bad.
Not the way you want to go into the All-Star break. Obviously, you'd like to play some of your best ball leading up to the break so that as the guys take that time off, their most recent memory of being on the field is a positive one. Nothing worse than going into a 3 or 4 day All-Star break as an individual on an 0 for 20 or something like that, as a team in the middle of a losing streak. You have to sit on that for 3 or 4 days until you get an opportunity to go back out and start over again.
Felipe Lopez, the batter. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, you think about the Cubs. They went into that series against Milwaukee on Friday, 7.5 out. If they can win tonight, they'll be 4.5 back, so they will have picked up 3 games in less than a week, and 2 games on this trip.
That's how quickly it can happen. So many people want to write ball clubs off when they drop a little bit off the pace. That ball's inside the line for extra bases for Lopez. He'll cruise into second base easily with a 2-out double. Yeah, a lot of people want to give up on teams when they fall behind in the race early, but managers, coaches, and players say it all the time. There's a lot of baseball left. A lot of baseball left. Things can turn around in a heartbeat. Lopez picks on a low pitch, puts it just inside the stripe down into the left field corner, just past Aramis Ramirez. Yeah, even with a diving stop there, Rami's not going to have a chance to throw Lopez out at first base. Try to make the play on your feet. That's the only way you're going to get him out.
Brian Schneider, the catcher. Lopez off for third, and he's safe. With his 11th stolen base.
Well, and there's no doubt the biggest job a pitcher has is throwing strikes, keeping his team in a ball game, but there's so many other aspects of pitching that you need to be aware of, and one of those is holding base runners. Sean Marshall paid absolutely no attention to Felipe Lopez. Not a percentage move trying to steal third base with 2 outs, but you can see the Nationals, the second lowest stolen base total in the National League. It's our LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Once again, there you see the rankings at the bottom of the National League.
Two and one on Schneider. Vick on deck, so back-to-back lefties in the 7 and 8 spots. In the history of this franchise, which began in 1969 when they were the Montreal Expos, only one catcher has started more games. Gary Carter. Then has Brian Schneider. Check swing, and he held up. They're going to check with Mike Riley. No swing. And that's a walk. Gary Carter, 1,291 starts from 1974 to 92. Brian Schneider tonight was 603. Got a long way to go.
Well, the kid did it for a long time. As we get another look at that check swing by Schneider, looked like he was able to keep the barrel behind the front of home plate. You mentioned 2 lefties in a row with Schneider and Fick. Neither one of them hit lefties particularly well, but Fick probably a little weaker against left-handers than Schneider, so that's not an all bad walk right there if you can get this guy.
You see a little bit of sun on the upper deck in the outfield. Bounce to Fontenot. The ball takes him towards Darrell Ward. National strand 2 to the 3rd inning from RFK. No score.
I wanted to add something new to our relationship.
but I was afraid to bring it up. Then a close friend turned us on to KiaMatch.com, and in just minutes, we found the perfect companion for both of us.
The Kia Sportage. I felt so safe.
And with 28 miles per gallon, we could just go forever.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Kia retailers.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Get Chicago Sports News Nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, the Bulls open minicamp plus a full recap of tonight's Sox and Cubs games. Join Mark and Luke for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. White Sox hosting the Orioles tonight. Great look at the Capitol building. That's right where we were last night. Producer Bob Albrecht. Larry Rothschild, Cubs pitching coach, and as you said, a few 100,000 friends watching the fireworks.
Of your closest friends, yeah.
One strike on Cesar Torres. 8-9-1 for the Cubs against Jason Bergman, who doesn't get a lot of run support. And you're 1-5 with a 347. That doesn't sound right.
Well, there's only so much you can control as a starting pitchers, and wins and losses are not one of them. You can give your team a chance to win, but if they don't score runs for you, if they don't make the plays behind you, then the team is probably going to lose those ball games.
A minimum of 10 starts. His run support average at 2.37, second to last in the major leagues. Only Anthony Reyes at 1.95, getting worse run support. I don't think Reyes is even in the big leagues. I think he got sent out after an 0-10 start with the Cardinals. The pitch chopped off the plate or right in front of it. A nice short hop play by Dimitri Young. Boy, if that didn't hit the plate, there's some cement right in front of it.
High bouncer to that right side. Dimitri Young almost stayed back a little bit too long on that ball. Looked like he was going to wait back and play it on the big second hop, but at the last instant decides to come in and make the play. Able to corral it, and that ball leads him right to the bag at first. A good lesson there. If you ever get caught in between a big hop like that as a young player, you're always better served charging the ball. If you back up almost every time, that ball is going to eat you up. Plus, it makes it a much tougher play if you're backing away from your target where you're going to be throwing the ball.
A 1-1 to Marshall. Drifts a little bit inside. Didn't get the count the other day, but it sounded like some family and friends were going to be in attendance watching Sean tonight. His twin brother Brian is pitching again. He's in the Frontier League. So an independent ball.
That's become a viable option for guys who have struggled to stay in professional baseball with a minor league affiliate of a major league team. Several independent leagues around the country, and Major League Baseball has taken notice of those leagues.
A 2-2 pitch popped him up down along the left field line. Fick peels off as Lopez makes a catch. So Soriano will bat with 2 outs, nobody on. You can keep the sign up. We're just getting into it. Said Bob and Len something.
We came all the way from Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay. Great to have him here.
Or maybe the Puerto Rican embassy. I'm not sure. I didn't see the very bottom of the sign. Maybe locals for all we know.
Soriano making his 6th consecutive All-Star game, and this his first year as a Cub. Was the MVP of the All-Star game in 2004 in Houston. Zimmerman catches that liner. After 2.5, still no runs for either club.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars starting for under $16,500 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
The celebration keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's Feldco's Installation Celebration, our biggest sale of the year.
Call 866-4FEL DCO.
With free installation, you'll save thousands on Feldco windows, siding, and doors.
Hurry, call now before Feldco's installation celebration comes to an end.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4Feldco.
Tomorrow, it's a day-night doubleheader on Comcast Sportsnet as the White Sox square off with the rival Twins in high definition. Coverage starts with Feldco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Twins tomorrow starting at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Watch the Cubs take on the Giants Monday, July 16th at 7:05. The first, that's going to be a 6 o'clock start. Make that note. First 20,000 fans will get a scratch and win card. And 500 random winners will receive a Rawlings official baseball autograph by Derek Lee, compliments of Dakota Kid. So again, that'll be a 6:05 start on July 16th. Game time moved up an hour. Derek Lee on the bench, which is very strange to see. Doesn't happen very often.
There's no question Derek Lee would rather be in the starting lineup, and probably will be for the remainder of the season, but it's a little bit of a different perspective for an everyday player to have an opportunity to sit on the bench as Bergman goes down on strikes. Coy Hill will throw on to Darrell Ward for the put out at first. And when you watch your own team defensively from the dugout as opposed to your normal position out on the field, it can give you a completely different perspective of the game. Also, Matt Sinatra will get in your ear.
President here, so some security here at RFK Stadium. And notice they're not sitting. Yeah, we had that shot the other day. The fans sitting near the no sitting sign. Did we ever get to the bottom of what that sign is all about?
No, I can't figure it out. I mean,
it's at the top of every section in the upper deck.
Maybe on the top of that wall itself, they don't want people sitting up there. Yeah, because it's a long way down. Well, you won't have to worry about that at the new ballpark. I'm sure they've eliminated the option of sitting on that dangerous wall in the upper deck.
Popped up on the bunt, and Ramirez throws. Got him. What a play. Barely got him. That was a close play at first. Nice play by Ramirez. Ward took that ball just before Logan got to first.
And fortunately, Sean Marshall gets out of the way and allows Aramis Ramirez the room to make that play. Darrell Ward hangs in there to receive that throw. Still very close at first base. Unfortunately, just a brush of that right arm as Darrell reached back into the baseline to catch that throw. We know what can happen when that first baseman gets that arm caught up with the base runner.
Brings up Belliard with 2 outs. First pitch strike. Just off the outside corner. Cubs will head to Pittsburgh after the ball game tonight. 3-game series starting tomorrow. Milwaukee comes here, so the Brewers probably in the air flying to D.C. Marquis, Lillian, Zambrano scheduled to start for the Cubs this weekend. Toward the right field corner. Floyd over. Can't get it. And it bounces out. It'll be a double. Cliff really took a spill over there as he got into foul territory. You see that jersey. His pants rather dirty. Good effort. Couldn't get it. Belliard with a 2-out double.
Second hit of the game for the Nationals. Both of them 2-out doubles. Sean Marshall was able to pitch around Lopez's double back in the second inning. Hopefully he'll be able to do the same here. A nice effort by Cliff. Well, we talked about it throughout the first 3 games of this series. That is the one spot in the ballpark there's not a lot of foul territory. Cliff knew he was getting fairly close to that retaining wall down the right field line. Tried to make a sliding catch. Just came up a little bit short.
Zimmerman lined to center in the first inning. Curveball too low. The next pitch moved his hands a little bit. And hitters count now 2-0 on Zimmerman. Young on deck. We're in the 3rd inning. 0-0. Game 4. The Cubs took the first 2. The Nationals shut them out yesterday 6-0. Zimmerman's home run in game 3, his first in 15 games, also ended a 13-game RBI drought.
We talked about his home run yesterday. Line drive bullet to left field. 42.
Deep left.
The only question was that ball high enough to get over the fence? It just did tuck over the fence right at the 3:35 mark into the Cubs bullpen. Zimmerman starting to show some signs in this series that he's swinging the bat a lot better. He was a real good-looking player last year. Has had trouble getting untracked in the early going this season.
Marshall will have to face the all-star Dimitri Young with 2 on. Cubs came in a game over, and we mentioned Milwaukee losing, so 5 out, 2nd place in the Central. The Nationals in last in the East, 34-50, 12.5 back of the Mets. Sean needs to find the strike zone. Manny Acton, his first year as the national skipper, took over for Frank Robinson. And there is a connection. Manny Acton at one time was the third base coach on Frank Robinson's staff in Montreal. Pitch. Fontenot to Darrell Ward. That's the inning. Second straight inning. The Nationals have had a couple of two-out base runners, but haven't been able to score.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
What was once a measure of precision is now being taken for a little drive. A highly responsive IS from Lexus. Attractive leases available on all 2007 IS models for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesek breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our Aflac trivia question. Can you name the 4 presidents to throw out an opening day pitch here at RFK Stadium? You are disqualified from the competition since you know so much about presidents and first pitches.
I don't know this one.
Thanks to the Duck for stopping by.
My presidential trivia tidbit for you today.
Yes.
Ulysses S. Grant was once arrested here in Washington, D.C. for speeding on his horse. Got fined $20. How about that?
Wow. $20 was probably a lot back then. Dimitri Young's had a busy night. Goes 3-1. Did they have a radar gun?
Kind of doubt it. No, I don't know. I guess
steps per minute.
Reckless operation of a farm animal. I don't know. I just read them. I don't research them. And did you know that Grover Cleveland, his real first name was not Grover? Steve Cleveland. Sounds like a game show host.
Yes. Stephen Cleveland.
So that's 2 bits of trivia.
We like as many as you can give us. Young can't get that one. And Ward is on with a 1-out single.
Just a hard ground ball. Finally gets one past Dimitri Young down there at first base. Most of his opportunities through the early going here have been fairly easy. This time, hard ground ball to Dimitri Young's right. He can't get there.
Ramirez fouled out to the catcher to lead off the second.
And more than any other hitter in the Cubs lineup first time through, Aramis Ramirez got some good pitches to hit from Bergman. A couple of sinkers that were up around belt high, swung through one and then popped one up.
Fouled away. On May 14th, Jason Bergman took a no-hitter into the 8th inning against the Atlanta Braves. He ended up allowing 1 run, just 2 hits in 8 innings to get the win. He would go to the DL following that start because of the elbow. Now, just to show you how weird a year it has been injury-wise for the Nationals, on May 11th against Florida, Sean Hill pitched 5 perfect innings before leaving with an elbow injury. Ward on his way to second as that ball got past Schneider, reflecting off his glove. It's a wild pitch charge to Bergman, his 3rd of the year. Second time the Cubs have had a man at second base.
And Bergman immediately looked back at the mound like he didn't land quite right. That is a zoom ball right there. It was over everybody all the way to the backstop. Sometimes that pitcher doesn't land exactly the way he wants to in that front hole on the mound. It puts that arm in some funny angles, and that time the ball just sailed out of his hand. We were talking about Matt Chico and a couple of the pitches that he threw in the ball game yesterday, and you mentioned he had a pitch against the Cincinnati Reds that went over the first base dugout. If you're going to throw a wild pitch, make it real wild.
Yeah, earn it. Pulled down the line, just crushed, but he hooked it too much into the upper tank here at RFK. So the pitcher and catcher will discuss. So you had Bergman with a no-hitter, ended up going on the DL, lost the no-hitter in the 8th, but after that start went to the shelf. Sean Hill would go on the DL, tweaked his elbow after 5 perfect innings. And actually the DL trip was caused by a left shoulder strain that led him to change his mechanics, which put some extra strain on his elbow. And more recently, the Christian Guzman injury. He actually suffered a season-ending left thumb injury in the middle of a game, but he would finish the game. Was not diagnosed until afterward. Strange stuff. You're not supposed to pitch 5 perfect innings and have an elbow injury, or no hit a team into the 8th and then go to the DL a couple of days later. Another foul. Good battle between Bergman and Ramirez.
Let a couple different things make a pitcher effective. Obviously his location, his ability to put the pitch where he wants to get the desired result from the hitter. And then also the ability to add and subtract. Throw one pitch at 87, throw the next one at 84, the following one at 89. Never really give that hitter a comfort zone up there at the plate. And right now Bergman is really struggling with his location, but the change of speeds has been enough to get by.
And this will drop fair, and the Cubs will get the first run. Ramirez with a bloop single down the right field line, plating Ward. th RBI.
It's like a ball fake in basketball. Hit one in the upper deck, foul down the left field line, and then dunk one just inside the right field line. That ball didn't even bend the grass.
So that wild pitch really came back to help the Cubs. That allowed Ward to score from second base. One ball, one strike on Floyd. Cubs have rattled off 20 of their last 30. Best record in all of baseball since June 3rd. The pitch. Didn't miss by much. 2-1. Cubs have gone 5 straight games without a home run. That's a season high. Their last home run was the game-ending 2-run shot by Aramis Ramirez last Friday against Milwaukee.
And certainly some of that can be attributed to this ballpark. We've seen especially Alfonso Soriano hit a couple of really deep fly balls to straightaway center field. We talked about the spacious gaps, gap to gap in center field in this ballpark. You better hit it real hard to get it out of here.
The kick and the 2-2 struck him out. I might be missing one, but I really can't think of a ball that's been really close to going out off Cubs bats.
As I said, Soriano hit a couple of long, lazy fly balls to center field that were caught right out near the warning track in straightaway center. But you're right, there really haven't been a lot of drives where you thought they even had a chance to get out of the ballpark. Till this one.
Well, Jock doubled. Hit a liner the other way. The Cubs' first hit in the second inning. Home run cut, couldn't find it.
That's funny with home runs. Sometimes they come in bunches. Other times you can't seem to buy a long ball. Right now the Cubs in one of those streaks where they just can't seem to find the other side of that fence.
Well, it didn't hurt him in the first 2 games of this series.
And I think that's a good sign that they aren't relying on the home run to win ball games. They're stringing together base hits, taking their walks, moving runners up. Some productive outs to put guys into scoring position and set it up for their teammates. And it's funny though, a couple of years ago everybody's bemoaning the fact that the Cubs offense all came from home runs. They can't manufacture runs, and then you go a week without hitting one and all of a sudden everybody wonders where the long ball went.
Into right field. This will be a long run for Kearns. He was over toward the gap. We'll see if Ramirez has a chance to score. He will be stopped by Quaddy. The throw got by the cutoff man Belliard, but hit the second guy, Dimitri Young. It's a big night already for Jock Jones. His first start in a while. 2 doubles in 2 at bats, second and third.
Both balls hit right on the button. One down the left field line. This one down into the right field corner. Gets up on top of that letter high pitch and lines it down into the right field corner. I think anybody other than Aramis Ramirez running, you might have a chance to score on that play, but with that gimpy knee, you can see Ramirez coming around third base, had to hobble a little bit to stop his momentum and get back to the bag, and Mike Quaddy doesn't want to run into an out at home plate.
By the way, the Cubs have made another roster move involving the bullpen as right-hander Sean Gallagher was recalled today from AAA Iowa in a corresponding move. Right-hander Billy Petrick optioned to Iowa. Nothing that Billy Petrick did or didn't do. He really was impressive, but he hasn't gone back-to-back. Petrick with a scoreless inning yesterday. Sean Gallagher, more of a long man, can give you 2 or 3 innings. So Gallagher's back for his second stint. And Petrick had 4 relief appearances, no record with a 3.18. We'll probably see Billy at some point again this year in the big leagues. And when he does go down to Iowa, it'll be technically the second time he will have gone, but it'll be the first time he will have pitched at the AAA level. First time he got called up was from Tennessee. The second time he was called up the day after he was sent out. And at this point, almost 100% sure that Ryan Dempster will not be activated off the DL until after the All-Star break. He is eligible on Sunday, but the Cubs don't want to take any chances with their closer. They get the first run on the Ramirez single. Strand 2, lead 1-0.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Someone's about to lose their Selling Miller highlight privileges. Can I borrow that for a second? The hamburger, $11.50. Are you for real? Step aside, mon ami. Pardon moi. Excuse us. See, this beer is about helping people live the highlight. It's a good, honest beer at a tasty price. We have all the move. Mess with the highlight, and the highlight will mess with you. $11.50 for a hamburger. Y'all must be crazy.
My bad.
You better believe it's your bad. It's real bad. My wheel!
Need a new car or truck? Get to Chevy and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s.
Lease this 07 Cobalt Sedan LS for around $169 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. The Chevy Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th, so get to your Chevy dealer today.
Time to get the answer to tonight's Aflac trivia question. Can you name the 4 presidents to throw out an opening day pitch at RFK? JFK, 3 straight years. Then LBJ. Richard Nixon in 1969. And 2 years ago, George W. Bush. Who's watching the ball game tonight. Stan Kasten and Jim Bowden, president, general manager, respectively, of the Washington Nationals. Chatting up the president, I'm sure they're talking a lot of baseball with the former Texas Rangers owner. Austin Kearns grounds out to short. Bottom 4, Cubs 1, Nationals nothing. Sean Marshall's done a nice job. He's given up 2 hits, both doubles with 2 outs, one in the second, the other in the third. The next hitter in both innings, he would walk, but then get 4-3 groundouts. Fick in the second, Young in the third to get out of it. That's a strike. Marshall got off to a late start this year because of some soreness in his shoulder, which resulted from some wear and tear after his first big league campaign. Recalled from AAA Iowa on May 22nd. 3rd walk in the last 3 innings.
You know, that's a lot bigger adjustment than I think people realize. That extra month tacked on to the end of the season, because the minor league season ends at the end of August. We know about the September call-ups. First time a guy adds that extra month onto the season, especially a pitcher who's thrown a lot of innings during the regular season, to suddenly have to go another month of the season and tack on those innings to what's already been a big workload. That's a huge adjustment for a young pitcher.
And especially for a guy like Marshall, you know, basically making a leap from AA to the major leagues. 150 innings at AA versus 150 at the major leagues. I mean, there's a lot more stress involved at this level. 125 2/3 innings in the major leagues last year. By Marshall as Lopez looks a little antsy over there. He found the ball, gets the out at second, relay to first, double play, and the inning is over. What a play by Sean Marshall. Playing a little defense out there. Self-defense. And they turn the 1-6-3 to get out of the inning.
Even a full-size luxury SUV designed to embrace the driver should be a statement in refined amenities, optional seating for 8, and technology for everyone. The new QX56. Exclusively with XM satellite radio with XM nav traffic and a complimentary 3-year subscription for both from Infinity.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the all-new full-size 2007 Toyota Tundra.
Hey, Cubs fan, have you ever wanted to see a game from the front row at Wrigley Field? Well, now you can. Visit Cubs.com and click on the front row auction to bid on tickets for the hottest games this summer. Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
Cubs fans everywhere in our nation's capital picked a good week for this series. For the 4th of July yesterday. Pitchers have settled in. 1-0 into the 5th. 2-0 on the leadoff man in this inning. The 8-hitter in the lineup, Cesar Torres. Second inning, he's led off. Cornerman in for the Nationals on their infield. High fly, but it's going to stay in his fast ballpark as Austin Kearns gathering it in just on the warning track. Well, on the Nationals website, they have a little comparison between this ballpark and the new park, which right now is called Nationals Park. And with the field dimensions down the left field line, a foot longer in the new park. Left center, instead of 380, which is what it is here, it'll be 377. It'll be 7 feet shorter in center. 370 in right center instead of 380 here. And then both parks 335 down the right field line. In the cup holders department, 0 here, 41,222.
Oh, that's
in
huge.
New ballpark.
That's huge. So it pretty much sounds like everybody that comes to the ballpark will have their own cup holder.
Scoreboard dimensions, 1,376 square feet here, 4,532 square feet in the new park. There's a strikeout on the swing by Sean Marshall. Let's get tonight's Comcast Sportsnet poll question. This is a pretty good one as we near the end of the first half. Who has been the Cubs MVP to this point? 1 for Lee, 2 for Ramirez, 3 for Soriano, 4 for Zambrano, and 5 for somebody else. 65295. You can text your answer, and we'll have results a little bit later.
I would bet that number 5, someone else, gets a pretty fair share of votes. Obviously, that includes everybody but the other 4, but I would think Lou Piniella is going to get considerable notice for the changes that have taken place with this ball club, going all the way back to spring training.
Popped up by Soriano. That's a quick inning for Jason Bergman, his third 1-2-3 inning among the first 5. 1-0 Cubs.
Honey, I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes!
It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green.
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University. Located near the Addison and Rockwell intersection, the remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For another option, try riding your bike. The Cubs provide a free bike check at the car wash at Clark and Waveland. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Could you pull my car up, please? Silver SUV? Coming right up. Wow! Look at your car. I don't think we're liable for that.
Need a new truck? Get to GMC and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s, like 0% APR financing or $3,000 total cash back on every 07 Yukon. Sale ends July 9th. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi there, Gail Fisher here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios with this update. Carlos Zambrano is not pitching today, but he did suffer a loss. Zambrano lost out to San Diego Padres pitcher Chris Young in the fan voting for the final spot on the National League All-Star team. Young, by the way, has dropped the appeal of his 5-game suspension stemming from his fight with Derek Lee, so he'll start serving that right away. And we'll have more on Zambrano coming up on Cubs Postgame Live. But now let's go back to Len and Bob.
All right, Gail, thanks. Sean Marshall in the bottom of the 5th. And Bob, if you can hang on 1 second, I have to
go downstairs.
And get something. Okay, I'm back. I don't know. Trying to have a little fun here as Fick skies it into shallow center. Now you stay in your little square over there, okay?
Take Len Casper for the block. We talked about this last night. It's like Hollywood Squares, Charlie Weaver.
Well, Sean Marshall, after probably his worst outing of the year, has been really good tonight.
Yeah, he has been. You know, there have been some control issues from time to time, but fortunately it hasn't put him any real tough hitters counts, and he's been able to make big pitches when he's needed to.
The 1-0 to Bergman. Bottom of the knees. 1-1.
He's been able to work around a couple of walks, actually 3 walks in the ball game. The first 2 came with 2 outs in the inning, no damage done, and the last walk came in the 4th inning and was quickly erased on that double play ball back to Marshall on the mound.
Over top of that 74-mile-per-hour curveball. So 2 strikeouts for Sean, both times against the opposing pitcher. Yeah, the other interesting comparison. There's one elevator in this ballpark. It's in the main front office area. We're going to have 7 in the new park, along with 8 escalators. And under that category, there are no escalators here. The title is vertical transportation.
I like it. Vertical transportation.
The euphemism for elevator. Vertical transportation.
We would tell you how many ramps there are here at RFK, but the official count isn't done yet.
We're still counting. You know what? We've had fun talking about this spacious park here the last couple of years, but they've done a really nice job. I mean, they hadn't played baseball in a long time here at RFK Stadium. Last time they housed a team was in the early 70s. It's been fine. Three and one on Logan.
Yeah, we haven't heard as many complaints about the playing surface itself. Was really rough, and we anticipated we were going to see some bad hops in this series, but so far it's played very fair.
It's not a guy you want to walk.
No.
With his speed.
Well, but once again, the base on balls comes with 2 outs in the inning when it's a little bit easier to pitch around those mistakes.
Belliard batting. The runner at first, 2 outs. Marshall will check on the runner. They get well wishes to Ida Mack in DeMont, Indiana. Also special thanks to Mrs. Barth and the students enrolled in the Brains and Baseball Camp at Chicago City Day School. Thank you for all the great letters. They read the Tribune. They write letters to players and reporters. They keep score, talk about baseball strategy, and also attended a game earlier this year at Wrigley Field. They sent us a lot of great letters. And I'm not sure where they're selling this book, but our friend Bill Holden just came out with a book, A Walk Across America. 2 years ago, he walked from Arizona to Wrigley Field to raise over $250,000 for JDRF, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And Bill sent us a copy of his book chronicling that long walk. Runner goes. The pitch was a strike. The throw was just a little bit late. Logan picks up his 8th steal in 9 tries.
Once again, a great jump over there at first base. Logan with tremendous speed. I mean, I had a close eye on Coy Hill there. He got rid of that ball about as quickly as you can unload it. The throw was right on the money, but Logan already had a hand on the bag by the time Fondo got the ball and made the tag on the lower body of the sliding Nook Logan.
In the air, and Fontenot under it. And that's the inning. Nationals strand another. That's 5 through 5, and it's 1-0 Cubs.
Don't worry about those guys.
I am just so sick of this.
Dude, what do you expect? You went with Geico.com. What, to save some money?
It's my life, okay?
Just a little loyalty would be nice, that's all.
What? Having Geico makes me less of a caveman?
Tina's here. We're getting back together.
Hey, give us a minute.
Geico.com. So easy a caveman can do it.
Who's counting on your brakes today?
We'll be home soon.
Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. So come to Midas, where lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
My car is right around the corner. I'll drive.
My car! Need a new car or truck? Get to Chevy and transform your ride. For 10 short days, get great deals on most 07s, like 0% financing plus $1,000. Sale ends July 9th.
The Chevy Transform Your Ride sale ends Monday, July 9th, so get to your Chevy dealer today.
The best damn sports show, period. Come on in and be our guest for Sports Television's nightly party. The best damn sports show, period. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Tomorrow, Central rivals collide on the south side when Jim Thome and the White Sox host Joe Mauer and the Twins in Game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. Coverage starts with Felco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Twins in HD tomorrow at 12:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Fontenot, the number 2 hitter, starting the 6th inning for the Cubs. They lead 1-0 on an Aramis Ramirez RBI single, plating Darrell Ward in the 4th. Base hit to right. Good start to the 6th. First time the Cubs have had the leadoff man on base. Very curious to see what the fans are saying about the Cubs' first half MVP. There are a lot of good choices. Alfonso Soriano, 38% of the vote. Aramis Ramirez, 28%. As you said, someone else getting a pretty good percentage. Derek Lee, 10%, and Carlos Zambrano, 8%. If I had to pick a player, and I think you're onto something with a manager, I might go with Ramirez. Taking nothing away from Soriano or Derek Lee or anybody else.
And I can see the support that Soriano gets because his hot streak has kind of coincided with the Cubs playing better baseball.
Yep.
You know, he struggled early in the season, as did the Cubs as a team, but a lot of good candidates there.
While Carlos Zambrano paces the staff with 10 wins. Ted Lilly 7-4 with a 384. Rich Hill going through his roughest stretch of the year, but a 3.81 earned run average. Jason Marquis 331. And all three have been healthy.
Well, and one guy who's not healthy right now, Ryan Dempster, sitting on 16 saves, and the ball club's 8-2 while he's been out. And if you think, well, if he saves 4 of those games, he's at 20 saves on the season. I guess the bottom line is, if you have so many candidates for who's been the most valuable player, and all of them have a legitimate claim to that title for the first half of the season, it means that something's going right. A lot of guys are playing well.
Yeah, I have no problem with Soriano at all. I think it's very close between Soriano and Ramirez. Derek Lee right up there. Zambrano with a great comeback performance since early June. He has the opportunity to have 11 wins going into the break.
Rich Rupp, ball club won some games when he was the bat boy. Everybody's contributing.
Right-hander on a 1-2 to Ward. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, Lou deciding not only to give Derek Lee a rest, but the red-hot Mark DeRosa goes with Jock Jones in center. And if you can win a game like this one tonight, you make the entire team feel like everybody's contributing. Guys who haven't gotten a lot of starts lately getting an opportunity to play. Ward with the only run. Jock Jones has 2 doubles.
Well, it's so important for those bench players, as I mentioned in the open of the show, especially a guy like Darrell Ward, who's going to be counted upon to come up there, make something happen late in the ball game in a key pinch hit situation. And you don't want him to go too long between at bats. If you expect him to do well in those situations when you put him in, You need to get him some regular at-bats where he can see good game pitching for 4 or 5 at-bats in a ball game.
Runner goes, fouled off by Ward.
I think if there was a surprise tonight, it's the fact that he did it at 3 different positions with Darrell Ward, with Jock Jones, and with Cesar Torres. Normally you might mix in 1 guy or maybe even 2 guys on a given night, but Lou puts all 3 of them in the lineup on the same night and expects them to go out there and do something to help the team win.
There goes Fontenot again, crushed. Foul. Oof. Back wall pretty hard.
That back wall real hard. That ball was scalded off the bat of Darrell Ward. Unfortunately foul down that right field line. Fontenot on the move. He quickly picks up the baseball. Man, that ball a ton.
Fontenot running left center field. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Fontenot will easily score. Darrell Ward to second base. 2-0. Big RBI double for Darrell Ward.
After jerking a ball down the right field line with authority, he splits that gap in left center field, actually just to the left of straightaway center. Fontenot once again gets a good look at it. He sees what happens at home plate. He sees where the outfielders are positioned, and one last peek over his shoulder before he just strolls around third base and scores easily.
Still nobody out. Ball 1 on Ramirez. With a long run around the bases for Fontenot. Hit foul. Time for our Coors Light cold blast to the booth. I believe it's Baron or Baron Johansson from Palatine emailing us. What about Mark DeRosa for first half MVP? He's filled in everywhere when people have gotten hurt. His production has been great, even though he's moved all around. What do you think? I think it's a great email. Swing and a miss by Ramirez, 1 and 2. You could absolutely make a case for Mark DeRosa, the versatility he's shown. And he's come up with some big RBIs. 46 on the year. I'll go back to what you said. If we have to really debate it, and it's not just 1 or 2 or even 3, it's like 5 or 6 or 7 guys, that's a good sign.
Well, I know from previous experience that a guy like Mark DeRosa is invaluable to a ball club. And we've talked about defensively. You can put him just about anywhere on the field, and there is no drop-off whatsoever defensively. Very intelligent base runner. Comes up with some big clutch hits, works deep counts, forces that opposing pitcher to throw a lot of pitches. He just does a lot of things well. He's a ball player.
Matty Acta heading out toward the mound. Has already made a call to the pen. It's going to be left-hander Billy Traber making his entrance. 2-0 Cubs in the 6th, and we'll be back.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
Behold the wonder of it. Its wide mouth allowing it to flow cold and unrestrained all that is parched. It is awe-inspiring, is it not? You really love this river. River? No. I'm talking about this Coors Light wide mouth can.
The wide mouth can, a wide opening for wide open refreshment, only from frost brewed Coors Light.
People will travel great distances to enjoy this. You can get these wide mouth cans anywhere. Talking about the river.
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I gotta go.
We all know life changes, and yet when you get a calling plan from most wireless companies, they make you sign a 2-year contract that you can't change. But what if you need fewer minutes or more? That's why at US Cellular, you can change your calling plan at any time without signing a new contract. Because we understand life changes.
Best BB ever.
US Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
US Cellular connects with you.
Hurry, call now before Feldco's installation celebration comes to an end.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Billy Traber last pitched in Game 1 Monday, gave up 2 runs in 2 innings.
It was actually 2 different appearances for Billy Traber. His first inning of work, he gave up both runs on a 2 RBI single by Mark DeRosa. Then his second inning of work, he set down the Cubs 1-2-3. This is another very pleasant byproduct of resting some of your regulars. You've got some weapons available off the bench, and Lou Pinella's not going to waste any time. He's going to pinch hit for Cliff Floyd here with Mark DeRosa.
You see the splits, the lefty-righty splits. Cubs better against righties than against lefties. Hitting .276 against righties, first in the league. Doesn't really matter on the other side of the ledger for the Nationals against righties and lefties. So now southpaw, and it's Mark DeRosa. We're just talking about him. Low and outside, ball 1. A big night for Darrell Ward. A run, 2 hits, an RBI double. Knocked down by Traber. That was almost a carbon copy. Wasn't it DeRosa? Oh, safe. A bobble at first base by Dimitri Young. I think it was DeRosa who hit a ball off the leg of Traber in Game 1 of this series. Yeah, a ball that bounced into right for a 2-run hit.
Traber does a nice job of just knocking this ball down, deflects it over toward the third base side. His throw to first is a rocket right at the midsection of Dimitri Young, who just can't handle it. He was bobbling that ball as DeRosa got on the bag at first, and Scott Berry, the first base umpire, right on top of it. Right there, you see the ball come loose, and by then Dimitri Young's off the bag. DeRosa helping umpire a little bit there as he ran past the base.
So the Nationals with their 61st error, dribbled foul by Jones. I think Mark DeRosa's right on Billy Traber. You know, he has that batting practice swing down. I'll try to hit that screen right in front of the BP pitcher. And DeRosa has knocked a couple off Traber in this series. Ward had to hold on a ground ball, so he's still at second base. And the 0-1 to Jones. Breaking ball strike. Nationals in double play depth all around their infield. Low and away. Starter Bergman with 5 1/3. Zimmerman, Belliard, no throw to first. They're at the corners with 2 outs.
Unfortunately, that ball not hit hard enough to turn a double play right there. And just to be sure, Mark DeRosa comes in hard to Ronnie Belliard out there at second base. It's a play you'll see some second basemen, some shortstops do from time to time. When there's a runner at second base as the play begins, they'll bluff that throw to first base, hoping to get that runner around third base too far and then throw behind him. But Daryl Ward was all over at that time.
Hill 0 for 2 and now 0 for his last 17. Rob Bowen, the other catcher, 0 for 22. But again, the Cubs continue to win, even though their catchers have struggled. Big hop at the end. Lopez kept his concentration, and the inning is over. But the Cubs add 1 and now lead 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration? Raw horsepower. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months or $3,000 customer cash on the all-new Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Now at your Toyota dealer.
Tomorrow, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. The road trip continues as Alfonso Soriano and the Northsiders battle the Pirates. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Pirates tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Home improvement for a better life at Menards. All Crestline and Peachtree windows and patio doors are 15% off. From vinyl to aluminum clad with hardwood interiors, you have over 1 million size and style options. Double 4-inch Timbercrest premium vinyl siding has outstanding impact resistance. A double thick nailing hem with a lifetime warranty. Available in 9 fade-resistant colors, starting at $4.99 a piece. Plus, there's 0 interest till 2009 with your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for our Sharp Aquas detail of the game. The wild pitch with Ramirez at the plate. Daryl Ward able to move to second base with 1 out in the 4th inning, and then Ramirez would follow up with a bloop single to right. Ward would come around to score the first run. Cubs getting another run in the top of the 6th inning. Now in the last half, and Mark DeRosa stays into play right. 1-0 the count on Ryan Zimmerman.
I like that detail of the game. I mean, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle sometimes. Everybody wants to see the big base hits, see the strikeouts from the pitcher on the mound, and the great defensive plays. But sometimes something as simple as a pass ball or a wild pitch moves a runner up 90 feet where his teammate can drive him in.
Who's going to get it? Nobody. Oh, and Ramirez goes down. Oh, is he grabbing his knee? Oh, man. Mark O'Neill coming out. Boy, you worry about the left knee. It'll be a single for Zimmerman.
Hopefully just shaken up a little bit. A third baseman's taught to take anything he can get to his left. And Ramirez looked like he was just timing his steps to get after that ball. Looked like he had an easy play on it. He does grab his left leg as he goes down. As Torres was coming in to make a barehanded play on that ball, you could see it was going to be a much tougher play for the shortstop. Always easier for that third baseman cutting across the infield, and it looked like it happened after the contact. He just kind of caught that left leg in the infield grass a little bit. Buckled momentarily, but he told Mark O'Neill he was okay.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if at some point Ramirez is taken out of this game for precautionary measures. And you have DeRosa already in the game at right. Ryan Terrio available on the bench to play third.
Yeah, it would seem the easy move would be to put DeRosa back at third base if Lou wants to take Ramirez out of this ball game. And as has been customary during the course of this hot streak by the Cubs, either Angel Pagan or Felix Pié come in defensively to play outfield. As you said, even just as a precaution, I mean, if he tweaked that knee at all, there'll probably be some swelling in there, and he'd like to get some ice on that as quickly as possible, make sure it doesn't bother him the rest of the first half of this season.
Zimmerman on after the infield hit. Pitch tally 1-1 on Dimitri Young. It's high, 2-1. Marshall in danger of doing what he's already done twice, giving up a walk after a hit.
Well, what's even more dangerous is falling behind 3-1 to a hitter like Dimitri Young.
To right, sending DeRosa back. Going to be over his head. Zimmerman will score easily. Young to third with a triple. He was a triple short of the cycle yesterday. Gets that 3-base hit in his third at bat tonight. His first of the year. It's not only 2-1, but they have the tying run 90 feet away with nobody out.
Can't put big league hitters, especially red-hot hitting big league hitters, in those kind of hitters counts very often. They're going to make you pay. Dimitri Young gets a fastball outer third of the plate, stays with it, drives it to right field. Mark DeRosa gets a little too close to the wall there. That ball bounces back over his head. Tries to throw it all the way to third base in the air. And Ramirez tried to decoy Dimitri Young into coming into third base standing up. Ramos just stood there as if there were not going to be any play at all at third base until the last instant, but Young slides in safely with a triple.
Well, he made a great point. I mean, Sean's already walked 4 tonight, and you don't want to see high walk totals, but the biggest thing there is against the middle of this order, putting them in spots where they can just sit on their pitch. And that was a problem for Sean last year. We chronicled how he did not throw enough strikes, did not throw enough first pitch strikes in 2006. You see that ratio tonight, not where you want it. 45 strikes, but 37 balls. Fly ball by Kearns. This will get Young in, and it'll be caught by DeRosa. And it's a sac fly for Austin Kearns, making it 2-2. Bang, bang. They're right back in at 2-2. Infield single, RBI triple, and a sacrifice fly.
And once again, with the bases clean, this is a guy you have to keep off base. Felipe Lopez with base stealing speed, and the Nationals have shown already tonight they're going to run on Sean Marshall every opportunity they get.
Here's the pitch. Low ball 1. Comes with a chance to get within 4.5 of the Brewers in the National League Central. Milwaukee losing in Pittsburgh for the 3rd consecutive day. His Torres can't get it. That's a gapper. Soriano hustling over. Lopez is not going to test him. And a good thing for him he didn't, because Soriano would have nailed him at second base. Now the chore for Marshall and Hill is to keep him at first. But it may not be Sean Marshall. It won't be. With 2 lefties coming up, Lou's going to stick with a southpaw, but it'll be Will Ullman instead of Marshall. 2-2, but the Nationals already scoring twice and threatening again here in the 6th inning.
Some days you have to be a superwoman in your 07 Chevy Impala, unleashing your powers, protecting the innocent, or flying the family up, up, and around the way with a little assistance from your sidekick and the best coverage in America. And not a hair out of place. The 07 Chevy Impala.
And right now, during the Transform Your Ride sale, Chevy announces 0% APR financing plus $1,000 cash back on an 07 Impala. Visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers or log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details. Check us out today.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
So drop your purse and grab your hips and act like you're trying to get this money right quick. So can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Even a full-size luxury SUV designed to embrace the driver should be a statement in refined amenities, optional seating for 8, and technology for everyone. The new QX56. Exclusively with XM satellite radio with XM nav traffic and a complimentary 3-year subscription for both from Infinity.
On Sunday, July 15th, the Cubs play the Astros at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans to arrive at the ballpark will receive a Cubs blue T-shirt. Compliments of Washington Mutual. First guy out of the bullpen tonight is Will Ullman. Second appearance in the set. Facing Brian Schneider with Felipe Lopez, the runner at first base. 2-2 our score. Ullman started the 9th inning in Game 2 with the Cubs leading 3-1. He retired Schneider on a ground out that gave up a single to Robert Fick. Bob Howry came on, struck out the next 2 and got the save. Check on the runner at first. And the best Sean Marshall can hope for now is a no decision. Still on the hook for the runner at first, who's trying to head to second. Lopez will have to go back after that ball was fouled away.
Possibility that was a hit and run, but I think that was just a straight steal on the part of Lopez. Normally Brian Schneider is the kind of guy that would try to inside out that ball, find the hole on a hit and run, and that time he rolled over way out in front of a pitch. I don't think he knew Lopez was on the move.
Ball. Darrell Ward almost caught it.
And when that first baseman's holding on a runner down there at first base, if there's a right-handed hitter at the plate, normally you'll see them really spring off that bag. But with a left-handed hitter, you could see Darrell Ward only came about 1 step inside the foul line that time. Left-hander obviously more likely to pull a ball down into that right field corner, so you want to make sure you cover that gap. Against a right-handed hitter, you try to come off a little more aggressively and plug the hole between first and second.
Ullman is Torres. Ward, that's 2, and that's the inning. Second 1-6-3 double play turned by the Cubs tonight. The Nationals tie it up 2-2 after 6.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
My card, please.
Silver one. Coming right up.
Look at that! Awesome!
Not for you. Need a new car? Get to Pontiac and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s. Through July 9th, through 0% financing plus $1,000. Or get into a new G6 sedan starting at $15,645. The Pontiac Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th. Visit PontiacDrive.com.
it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
So drop your purse and grab your hips and act like you're trying to get this money right quick. So can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Every night, only one show brings you closer to the teams that matter most. Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Highlights, breaking news, interviews, and more time to tell in-depth stories. Land Rover Sports Night. Tonight, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
You never know who's going to drop by on Chicago Tribune Live.
My goal is to have single-digit interceptions and 30 touchdowns.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Sean Marshall with a 1-6-3 double play to get out of the fourth inning. This time it's Will Oman fielding the comebacker. Takes his time, makes sure to give Cesar's Tourist a good feed. Easy double play to get the Cubs out of that inning. His Tourist with both hands up there as he ran to second base, giving Will Oman a real nice target. The throw was a little down and to his right, but able to make that adjustment easily and throw on to first to complete the double play, and that'll bring on Luis Ayala for the Nationals. We saw him earlier in this series, pitched one inning, walked one Cubs hitter. See his numbers on the season.
Why is it, and I don't know how you feel about it, but when a ball gets hit right back to the pitcher in that spot, I get nervous about a throw to second base?
That's because we've seen enough pitchers wind up and throw it out in the gap in left center or right center field. It's just something that pitchers don't work on very much after spring training. It's something they do a lot of in spring training in Arizona or Florida, but once the season starts, it's kind of a lost drill. You just don't do it much anymore. Some pitchers are very adept at it. You like to see them get the ball on the mound. Other pitchers, you have to hold your breath a little bit.
Well, good job by Ullman. And the turn by his Tourist. It's a ground ball. Backhanded play by Belliard. He'll set. He'll throw. And he gets his Tourist. That'll be it for Will Ullman, who pitched 2/3 of an inning. And Angel Pagan will be the pinch hitter. Ullman threw a total of 4 pitches. Lefty against Luis Ayala, the new Nationals pitcher. Well, hello there. Deep dish.
Made his presence known. Now I have a perplexing question for you here.
Okay.
Now we know the president is a big baseball fan. And we also know that everywhere the president goes, he's surrounded by Secret Service agents. If Angel should happen to hit a foul ball in the direction of the president's booth, would the Secret Service agents jump in front to protect him from the foul ball, or knowing that he's a baseball fan, would they let him try to make a catch on the foul ball?
It's a great question. If he goes after it, he better catch it.
Ooh.
What I want to know is, would he move to his left to make the catch, or only to his right?
I think we know the answer to that one.
Well, that's a great question. And if he caught it, would he keep it?
He'd have to give it to a kid. Yeah. Even for the president. Hey, rules are rules. I think that ought to be an amendment to the Constitution anyway. You know, if you're at a ball game and you get a foul ball and you're over the age of 18, you have to give it to a kid. Ought to be right there.
Well, there are a ton of legislators in the area. Maybe we can get that done before we leave town. Oh, I'm sorry, we leave the district. 3-2 on the pinch hitter, Angel Pagan.
And I think it's funny, we had George Thorogood in the booth back at Wrigley on the last homestand, and he was commenting about Angel Pagan's name, that his parents must have had a sense of humor. To name him Angel with his last name being Pagan. Looks like Pagan.
Rips it into left center for a base hit.
And I think back to the anthem singer that we had here at RFK Stadium the other day. His name was D.C. Washington. A lot of places you go, they put your last name first and then comma your first name. So it would be Washington, D.C. I wonder if his parents had that in mind.
I would think so. Washington's all over the place. But the president's over there, just kind of hanging behind the home dugout.
You know, I
think Jefferson, George Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, and Abe Lincoln.
I think I've figured out this whole presidential race thing. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt has yet to win a race. They're just running up the odds. At some point in the future, he's going to go off at about 1,000 to 1 underdog, and he's going to shock everybody in the ballpark and win the race.
He doesn't seem too upset. I guess he won one race, but was on a scooter and therefore was disqualified. Floater into center. Pagan racing around towards third. And the Cubs threatening to get the lead back here in the seventh. First and third with only one out.
Soriano's hit a couple balls hard in this game. He breaks his bat on this one. Hits a little floater into shallow center. With Pagan, no hesitation whatsoever. I love to watch Angel Pagan and Felix P.A. run the bases. That's when they are at their best.
Great chance here for the Cubs to retake the advantage after the Nationals scored 2 in the last half inning. Well, I think what should have happened tonight is when they did the race, I think George W. Bush should have got down there and raced the other 4. Now that would have been awesome.
That's entertainment. I'm just worried Teddy's on the verge of getting.
That'll give the Cubs the lead as Pagan will score. Soriano into third. Mike Fontenot with another big hit. He had been 0 for 13 before a single in the 6th inning. An RBI knock here in the 7th, and it's 3-2.
Not an easy thing to do against Luis Ayala. Get a ball up in the air. Fontenot hits it right off the end of the bat, but Ayala with that nasty sinker usually gets a lot of ground ball outs, but Fontenot able to elevate that ball over the infield in front of the outfield to drive home another run.
3 straight hits for the Cubs. Fontenot had cooled off at one time at a 12-game hitting streak. Bunch of big hits. And another one here tonight. Darrell Ward with an RBI double his last time. Fastball strike.
I was about to say, if Teddy doesn't win a race pretty soon, they may just cancel him out of the race altogether and put Millard Fillmore or Grover Cleveland or somebody else in his place.
Looks like Abe is leaving. Another one hit well by Ward. Logan back on it. Makes a catch. Fontenot is all the way to second base. He'll go back to first. Soriano scores on a sac fly. Darrell Ward with a huge night. Half the Cubs RBIs. It's now 4-2. I think that's the best hit ball by the Cubs in this series.
Once again, a sinker down low. Somehow Darrell Ward manages to get the barrel of the bat underneath that sinker and drives Logan all the way to the wall in straightaway center field. An easy score for Alfonso Soriano.
Great comeback inning for the Cubs. They were up 2-0, but then the Nationals tied it in the 6th. The Cubs coming right back with 2 of their own in the 7th. Maybe Abe needed to run to the facilities. Just watching from the tunnel. You know what? He's so tall. I think somebody told him to sit down.
Hey, you
Please.
with the big head. Sit down. Honestly. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the big stovepipe hat on tonight. People in the upper deck would be complaining he's in the way.
Fouled back. Into right, Kearns is there to make the catch for out number 3. With RBIs in the inning by Fontenot and then Ward, giving the Cubs a 4-2 lead as we stretch into the 7th.
Not all the energy for our fuel comes from oil on the ground. A lot of it comes from our people, who year in and year out put so much of their energy into everything they do. So you can be sure that when you put Valero gas into your tank, you're going to get a lot out of it. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub.
My car!
My bad.
You better believe it's your bad. It's real bad. My wheel!
Need a new car or truck? Get to Chevy and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s.
Lease this 07 Cobalt Sedan LS for around $169 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. The Chevy Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th, so get to your Chevy dealer today.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's nightly party. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, Cub fans, still looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on Replay, the official secondary market site for the Chicago Cubs. See a Cubs game from the best seats at Wrigley Field. Check out Replay at Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Well, Will Oman has a chance for a win in relief, and Michael Wirtz looking for a hold as he comes in with a 4-2 lead in the bottom of the 7th.
Look at Michael Wirtz's numbers on the season. It's been a while since we've seen him. He hasn't pitched since the 30th of last month. An inning against the Brewers, gave up a couple of hits and a couple of runs in that ball game. It's kind of been Marmol for a few days and then Wirtz for a few days. You know, Marmol for a few, Wirtz for a few. Lou kind of using them as interchangeable pieces late in the ball game.
If the lead holds up, Will Oman would get his first win of the year. Fick bunts. Ramirez picks it up with a bare hand. He got him. Another great play by Ramirez. It's twice national hitters have tried to bunt for hits, and both times Ramirez has gunned them down.
Just a great barehanded play. Keep in mind that gimpy knee. Rama still able to make the play, and misguided hustle by Robert Fick there. Need to say it once again. You run through the base, you're always going to get there quicker. to mention the fact that's a good way to break fingers or wrists sliding head first into the bag. You got the first baseman's feet there. You've got the base there. Not a wise play, but a great play by Aramis.
Ryan Langerhans batting for Luis Ayala, who's on the hook for the loss at the moment. Toward the hole, but it's going to be cut off by Fontenot. Short throw, 2 down. John Roush is up for the Nationals.
You know it's John Roush because you can see his hat above the fence. Come on, put your head up, John.
1-0 on Nook Logan. Walk, stole a base in the 5th. 0 for 2 officially. He tried to reach on a bunt in the 3rd inning, but Ramirez threw him out. Darrell Ward unassisted. Nice job, Michael Wirtz. Very efficient 7th inning. Cubs 4, Washington 2 to the 8th.
Something.
My bills! My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Ladies and gentlemen. Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
So drop your purse and grab your hips and act like you're trying to get this money right quick. So can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Can I have it like that?
You got it like that.
Even a full-size luxury SUV designed to embrace the driver should be a statement in refined amenities, optional seating for 8, and technology for everyone. The new QX56. Exclusively with XM satellite radio with XM nav traffic and a complimentary 3-year subscription for both from Infinity.
Busy on Comcast Sportsnet as we check out the Felco Cubs upcoming schedule. We'll be on Plus tomorrow night. Check your local listings for the channel location. Also Sunday, the first half finale in Pittsburgh, and then back at it a week from Friday against the Houston Astros to start the second half. 1 o'clock from the ballpark. Right-hander John Roush making his 46th appearance. He's been better against lefties than righties. John Roush came into the game tied for first in the National League in appearances with Matt Capps and Trevor Miller. The Capps pitched today for the Pirates and their win over Milwaukee. He did. He got his 9th save. So Roush and Capps still tied with 46 appearances, fouled away by DeRosa. The Astros, by the way, trailing at home 4-0 to the Mets. In the bottom of the 4th inning. I have not seen Trevor Miller appear in that game. Carlos Marmol's up for the Cubs. One and 2 on DeRosa, who did not start this game, but came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th and is now playing right. hit him? Or hit his bat?
I think it hit the knob of the bat. Fastball running up and in. DeRosa kind of started his hands and then stopped. It looked like the ball hit right off the knob of the bat.
There was no argument for Mark.
He's just glad he didn't get hit on the hand.
Long throw by Lopez. It's in time. Hey, you really have to sell that if you're trying to tell the umpire it hit you, because if you just kind of look back like it hit me and you show no signs of pain at all, they're not going to buy it. Of course, the sound off the end of the bat kind of gives it away too.
Yeah, you got to start screaming and shaking your hand, drop the bat right away, jump around and act like it really hurts.
This is an unfamiliar role for Jock Jones, who's been pretty much an everyday player throughout his career. Back in the lineup, at least for tonight. And 2 doubles. This sends Zimmerman into foul ground. And Jock is now 2 out of 4. And it'll be up to Coy Hill to keep this inning alive. We've heard some calls for Giovanni Soto. Listening to some talk shows, reading articles and blogs about the lack of offense from the Cubs catching tandem of Hill and Bowen. We were talking before the ball game. I don't know if you mess with a good thing right now. The Cubs are winning, and you haven't heard any complaints at all from the pitching staff about how they've done defensively. So while Soto may be here eventually, and he's having a huge year in the minor leagues, it'll be interesting to see what the Cubs have in mind behind the plate if they just kind of leave it the way it is.
I think that will become more of an issue should the Cubs start to struggle a little bit. Maybe some games get away because of the lack of offense from the catcher spot. But that's been a cliche, an axiom in baseball for years. You have to be strong up the middle of the field, and it all starts behind the plate. And if you've got 2 good defensive catchers, and the Cubs appear to have 2 real good defensive catchers right now, they call a good game, they handle the staff well, they throw out the guys they're supposed to throw out. Why change now?
Hill's going to reach. Might be a hit. It is. There was no guarantee that Lopez was going to throw out Coy Hill, so he snaps in 0 for 18 with an infield single to keep the 8th alive.
For that sweet music for a catcher, an infield single. He chases Lopez over in that hole between third and short. And you're right, there's no guarantee, because Lopez, you could see, was going to try to throw on the run, and that's usually when you make an inaccurate throw. He doesn't try to plant that right foot, set himself and throw. Tries to do it all in one motion and just loses a handle.
The other thing to add with the catching situation is you hope at some point, not too far down the road, to get Henry Blanco back in the mix as he slowly recovers from the herniated disc in his neck. And another guy you would consider a defensive first catcher.
And the reality is Coy Hill and Rob Bowen, neither one may be a huge offensive force, but they're better than they've shown throughout this recent run when they've both really struggled to get on base. I mean, they're not going to hit 300. They're not going to hit 30, 40 home runs, but they're going to hit better than they have over the last couple of weeks. And the reality, once again, you look at the Cubs lineup, you should be able to carry one position strictly for the glove.
Zimmerman over. I think he caught it. He did. Mike Riley got over there quickly to make sure. He ended up on the tarp. That's a great play by Ryan Zimmerman to retire his tourist. You're going to see this one on the highlight shows the rest of the week. as Zimmerman tumbled over the tarp and held on to the ball. Bottom 8, 4-2 Cubs.
With 1 year OnStar service, a 403 horsepower engine, and best-in-class highway gas mileage, the Cadillac Escalade is beautiful inside and out. For a great selection, visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer.
DC, Daytona, with 2 great friends, 3 great bikes. Awesome. I started on the C90. Can't wait to get it out on the open road.
S83. Fantastic.
The M109R is as bad as you want it to be. The power is incredible. This bike brings cruising to a whole new level.
Hi, I'm John Brenny. Come check out all the new Suzukis at Brenny Cycle Works in East Moline.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi there, Gail Fisher here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Carlos Zambrano lost out to Chris Young in fan voting for the final spot on the National League All-Star team. And that's the subject of our Cubs postgame poll question. Giving it to you early so you have a chance to vote. We want to know if you cast a vote for Zambrano to go to San Francisco. Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on the Cubs, and vote yes or no. We'll have the results on Cubs postgame live coming up in just a bit. But now, back to Len and Bob.
Gail, thank you. Changes now for the Cubs. Felix P.A. comes in to play center field and hit 9th in the order. And hard-throwing righty Carlos Marmol takes over. If he's efficient, there's a chance he could finish this one. We'll see. Jones is out, so Marmol in Jock's spot.
This is one of those double switches that works out as good as you could possibly hope for. Not only do you get Marmol in the game, you bring in Felix P.A., you flip-flop their spots in the order as we get one more look at the great effort by Ryan Zimmerman. And keep in mind, he's only got his right arm to protect himself as he gets over there near that tarp in the wall. He has to use the glove to catch the baseball and then try to hold on. It was a very athletic play over there on that tarp. Just to finish that thought, but now you've got Felix P.A. leading off the top half of the 9th inning, a guy who is a natural leadoff hitter.
And this is the toughest part of the order coming up. After Belliard, you have Zimmerman and Young. Called strike 3.
That was that slider. Stays right there on the outside corner. Coy Hill does a nice job of holding that ball, giving Jeff Kellogg a real good look at it. You see where Marmol ranks earned run average as a relief pitcher. Just a tick over 1. There's some pretty good names on that list.
Slider strike on Zimmerman. Be a base hit and a right. Tying run will come to the plate, and it's the very dangerous Dimitri Young. He's going to bat left-handed against the righty Marmol. His RBI triple in the 6th came off Sean Marshall. And Young hit that ball right-handed. Coming in, he won't get there in time. 1st and 2nd. Neither ball really hit hard, but both finding turf out in the outfield.
Wasn't going to give Carlos Marmol an opportunity to get to that slider. He jumped on the first pitch he saw out over the plate, hit it right off the end of the bat for a base hit into center field. That's the one thing that's a little bit lacking with Carlos. If you had to be critical, and it's hard to be critical of Carlos as good as he's pitched, but doesn't really have a pitch to get left-handed hitters out. Lefty's rating 276 coming into play against him tonight.
Big hand for Dimitri Young as he is taken out for a pinch runner. D'Angelo Jimenez representing the tying run.
I mean, at times Carlos can overpower a lefty with his fastball, and other times he can throw that slider down and in and get him to swing over it. But against the real good left-handed hitters, you're going to have to find a way to work those guys, or either work around them or find another pitch to go after them.
Back sliders, and he offered at that pitch. So it turns a 1-1 count potentially into an 0-2 count. Now Marmol has a couple of options.
No doubt Kern's got the bat head out in front of home plate. 0-2 count with Marmol with his fastball. I like to see him throw that one up around the shoulders.
Goes with the slider. Yep, got him to go around. You see such a sense of purpose from Marmol after giving up those back-to-back hits.
The reason I mentioned that about the high fastball, I think what it does, especially after back-to-back sliders, it gives that hitter an idea of how hard your fastball can be, and you put it right up there in his eyes where he can see it really good. Maybe you get him to speed his bat up a little bit, then he becomes susceptible to that slider once again. But Marmol didn't waste any time wasting one on the 0-2 count to Kearns.
Zimmerman at second, the pinch runner Jimenez at first. There are 2 outs in the 8th inning. Lopez with a double, a walk, a single, and a stolen base. I mean, the kind of night he had much more often last year. 3-0. Taken all the way. Fastball popping the mid at 94. 3-1. Cubs looking to get out of here. Winning 3 of 4. They lead late. But now the bases are loaded with 2 outs. It brings up Schneider. Larry Rothschild's going to head out. We've gotten a lot of emails recently asking about a minor league report, which we try to update occasionally. And the latest, Iowa's struggling right now, Bob, having lost 8 in a row, a 7-3 loss to New Orleans. But Eric Patterson with a big home run, and Ronnie Cedeno continues his hot streak. Buck Coates extended his streak to 12 last night, and a home run for Buck tonight. against New Orleans as Iowa leads 3-2. They're in the 5th inning. Matt Burton with his 2nd home run. We had people ask about Matt. 2 home runs and went into the ballgame tonight hitting .282. Was on base .378, slugging .437. Also, the aforementioned Giovanni Soto hitting .341 with 11 home runs on the year. So no vacancy on the bases right now. 3 on, 2 outs, and a pitch to Schneider outside.
And nobody throwing in the Cubs bullpen right now. What a difference a year makes. This is normally the time of ball game when we're accustomed to seeing Bob Howery and Scott Air warming up down there. Because of Air's struggles this season, he's not even warming up at this point. Back-to-back lefties due to the plate.
Big pitch, 1-1.
We'll take it.
Line and caught right at Darrell Ward. Rough night for Schneider continues. He's hit into 2 double plays and then lines hard to the first baseman. They leave him loaded.
Make it easy for yourself. With Southwest Airlines, you can fly nonstop from Chicago Midway to Long Island MacArthur for just $39 one way with a 7-day advance purchase.
You are now free to move about the country.
Bluetooth hands-free calling. Push-button ignition. Touchscreen navigation with real-time traffic updates. And a performance-minded, fuel-efficient CVT transmission. Introducing the all-new 270-horsepower V6 Nissan Altima Coupe. True technology, true performance, true coupe.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
After the game, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. My guess is one of the topics on Post-Game Live will be the different looking lineup tonight and the contributions. Guys like Darrell Ward. Ball was hit right at him with the bases loaded to end the inning. Tony Batista will play first base here in the ninth. And the closer, Chad Cordero, is getting an inning of work with his team down 2.
Cordero 14 out of 20 in save opportunities this year. Obviously not an opportunity here for him, but I've seen him on the bump in this series. And he actually just wants to make sure his closer doesn't get too rusty down in that bullpen.
Well, Tony Batista will hit ninth, so that means he'll bat second in the bottom of the ninth inning. PA fouls off. Felix with his first and maybe only bat tonight. This one could get down. It will, but it's foul.
Very little chance for left fielder Robert Fick to catch any little floaters out there in left field. He plays extremely deep. He got to the major leagues as a catcher. He plays a little first base. He'll play corner outfield, and when he does play corner outfield, he plays extremely deep.
Surprised, Bob, that Manny acted double switched when he brought Cordero in. Back of short, Lopez will make the catch. I mean, I guess the #1 reason is Cordero might, go 2 innings if we go to extras. The only thing is, you look at their lineup, you just wonder if Ryan Church off the bench might be a better option batting second in the bottom of the ninth, the left-hander against possibly Carlos Marmol or maybe Bob Howery, as opposed to Tony Batista. Although Batista does have home run power, so if they get the leadoff man on, he'd bring potentially the tying run to the plate.
That's one of the things you have to weigh when you make that double switch. Are you better served making a double switch and going ahead and putting a player in that 9 spot in the lineup, and then you're committed to him when his spot comes up?
Soriano deep left. Boy, the ball does not carry here.
Nope.
It sounded like, it felt like a home run. And it was another lazy fly to deep left.
Of course, the option you have if you do not double switch is you can pick your pinch hitter in that pitcher spot as you get another look at what appears to be a home run swing from Soriano. Good extension. Looked like he caught it on the head of the bat. It took a great trajectory off the bat over the infield and just got out there and died on the track.
Well, I'll go back to what you say a lot, and that is Manny Acta knows his personnel a lot better than we do, and his bench is starting to get a little short. He's used Jimenez, Langerhans, Batista into the game. You have the backup catcher Jesus Flores and Ryan Church available. And then he's used a lot of guys out of his bullpen. So he gets a quick inning out of Cordero, and the Nationals were to tie it. He has the option of keeping Cordero in the 10th. But that gets back to the whole, you have to get to extra innings to use your pitcher that extra inning. 2 strikes on Fontenot with a go-ahead RBI single in the 7th, hoping it's a game winner tonight. Darrell Ward followed up with a sac fly to add some insurance. Well, we are told that the police are now performing as we speak at Wrigley Field. I'm sure a great night on the north side tonight. Sorry we missed it, but we had a good reason.
Yeah, we did.
We'll get a full report. Well, the police are here, but a different sort.
I don't know if they can sing or play instruments.
President Bush in attendance tonight. A little bit inside.
Opening song for the police tonight. Message in a bottle.
That's low. I mean, they have about 15 songs that they absolutely will play tonight. Roxanne, Every Breath You Take. A lot of great hits. Fontenot, the base hit, his 3rd consecutive hit.
Such a great 2-strike approach for Mike Fontenot. Not that his no strike and 1 strike approach is bad, but with 2 strikes he really shortens everything up. He doesn't take a stride, just kind of rocks up on his toe, really waits a long time to read the pitch, and then consistently makes solid contact with the barrel of the bat.
A single by Mike, the 11th hit for the Cubs. Right at the feet of the catcher Schneider, so Fontenot had to hold it first. Big win for the Tigers today. 12-3 over Cleveland. So now Detroit within a game of the lead in the American League Central. The Yankees beat the Twins 7-6 in the Bronx to get to within 11.5 of Boston, but the Red Sox clubbing Tampa Bay 13-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Ground ball to short. Felipe Lopez to Tony Batista for the 3rd out. Bottom 9 coming up. Bob Howry is coming in.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars starting for under $16,500 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out. Peanuts. Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Peanuts. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience. StubHub!
My car, please?
Silver one. Coming right up.
Look at that! Awesome!
Not for you.
Need a new car? Get to Pontiac and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s. Through July 9th, through 0% financing plus $1,000. Or get into a new G6 sedan starting at $15,645. The Pontiac Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th. Visit PontiacDrive.com.
Our Nissan drive of the game. Haven't been too many drives by the Cubs. This one certainly did qualify. Darrell Ward with an RBI double in the 6th inning, giving the Cubs a 2-0 lead. Ward would add a sac fly in the 7th. And he's now out of the game as Derek Lee takes over at first base here in the last of the 9th. And a double switch as Bob Howry will try to pick up the save.
Darrell Ward had himself a real nice night at the plate tonight, and I think the benefits of a night like tonight will be shown over the next few games when he has those opportunities to come in late and pinch hit. He will definitely benefit from the pitches he saw in the ball game tonight.
Howry saved game 2 on Tuesday night, striking out the only 2 hitters he faced. With a scoreless 8th, allowing 2 runs, walking 1, but getting out of the inning on a line out to first base. 97 on the gun. We saw Bob Howry quote hit 99 the other night. Maybe he is throwing hard. We know he can hit 95, 96. Caught Tim Tolman, their third base coach.
90 on that last fastball. That's a little more realistic. As you mentioned, Howard can get up in the mid-90s on occasion, and his velocity has gone up as the season has progressed. But I don't know, 98, 99, that might be a little beyond his capabilities.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen Bob laugh so hard Vick to left. Soriano ended up making almost a shoestring catch. I don't know if he lost that ball on the lights or not. He wasn't that far from where it was going to land when it left the bat. Right off the shoe top.
I think Soriano was battling the lights there a little bit, trying to hold his position and keep that ball out of the lights so he could make that catch at the last instant. And the situation we talked about, Ryan Church is going to pinch hit here.
Oh, you know what? I think they announced a double switch, and that's not what happened. On the board, they have Batista in the 4th spot. So I think they did what we thought they might do in the first place.
Right, and that's the right thing to do. Yeah, put Cordero in that 9 spot so you can pick your pinch hitter here in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Well, we apologize, or I do, for even questioning the move by Matty Acton. He did exactly what we thought he was going to do. Sometimes you try to think along with each manager. Sometimes you get it right, and other times you go, huh.
And you brought up the point. Matty Acton knows his team, and sometimes there's a reason for things that a manager does that we're not aware of.
Ramirez with all kinds of room. 2 outs as the pinch hitter Church fouls out. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Our associate producer is Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth, Tracy Roberts. Our technical director, Chuck Jackson. The executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew during this long series here in D.C. Nook Logan batting. 2 outs, nobody on. There's a strike. Cub fans on their feet. This is the smallest crowd of the week. 22,594. A lot of blue shirts in the lower bowl. One strike away from what would be the Cubs' 4th consecutive series win. Last time they won 4 straight sets. 2005. What you hope happens is that you can cool off the Pirates and the Nationals can get hot after tonight, because the Brewers come here. Ground ball, foul. Nook Logan will get a new bat. Trying to make it 6 straight wins in games decided by 2 runs or less. It will also be their 11th win in the last 15 games decided by 1 or 2 runs. The start of the year 5-19 in 1 and 2 run games. Has a sign. Logan just staying alive on that foul ball. Belliard on deck. Howery hoping to not have to face him. The pitch. Swing and a miss. And the Cubs win. They pick up a full game today on Milwaukee. They started the trip 6.5 out. And they're now 4.5 back. Nice job by Bob Howery in the 9th inning as he goes 1-2-3. The bullpen perfect tonight after Ullman came in the 6th inning. Just 2 hits allowed by the entire bullpen.
And Lou loves it, shaking hands with his staff over there in that first base dugout. The Cubs came in here to Washington and did exactly what they had to do. Sweep would have been nice, but you have to take 3 out of 4 against a struggling ball club like the Nationals, and look out.
So the Cubs win 3 of 4 here. The Brewers lost 3 of 4 in Pittsburgh. They'll swap opponents starting tomorrow night. So Will Ullman gets his first win of the year. Luis Ayala takes the loss, his first decision, and Bob Howery with his 4th save. So it's on to Pittsburgh for 3 before the break. Cubs finish the season series 6-1 against the Washington Nationals. So that'll wrap up our game coverage. Stay tuned for Cubs post-game live. Once again, the final score from D.C. The Cubs 4, the Nationals 2. Our next Cubs telecast tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Central Time from Pittsburgh on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. It'll be right-hander Jason Marquis in his final first-half outing against left-hander Paul Mahalem for the Pirates. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Post-game live is next.
Gail Fisher here in the Comcast Sportsnet studios. Dan Plesac is standing by for Cubs postgame live. We'll break down tonight's game and talk about the Cubs' upcoming series in Pittsburgh. It's all coming up on Cubs postgame live right after this break.
The all-wheel drive IS-250 confidently handles most any surface, even thousands of surfaces at once. Attractive leases available on all 2007 IS models for a limited time at your Lexus dealer.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Meet Takeru Kobayashi, the world's fastest eater. Kobayashi inhales food. He once consumed 152 jalapeno peppers in 15 tongue-scalding, throat-burning minutes. And at the end of a long, hot day, what does the world's fastest eater call for?
Coors Light.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The 07 Chevy Silverado is built to get you just about anywhere. And now it offers OnStar turn-by-turn navigation, the simplest, smartest navigation system.
South on I-4 for 2 miles.
And Silverado is backed by the best coverage in America, Silverado and OnStar. During the Transform Your Ride sale, get 0% APR financing plus $1,000. That's 0% APR financing plus $1,000.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
the Cubs the lead as Pagan will score. Soriano into third. Mike Fontenot with another big hit.
The Cubs take 3 of 4 games from the Washington Nationals in this 4-game series, winning the finale 4-2, your final from D.C. A good night all around for the Cubs. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac, and the Cubs are making a move now, just 4.5 games back of the Milwaukee Brewers, who fell again today. The Cubs go up 2 games now over 500. This so far has been an excellent road trip.
Up to this point, really, when you're playing a team like Washington and now 3 games in Pittsburgh, you really like to take 3 out of 4. This is a perfect time for this team to be playing good baseball. I think one of the things that really has to get you excited as a Cub fan is this was a game tonight that they were finding ways to lose these types of games in April and May, having a lead, getting the game tied, the inability to score runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning was a huge win for this team to be able to have a 2-0 lead. The Nationals tied at 2, and the Cubs answer right back, get 2 runs, and the bullpen took over from there. It was terrific.
And checking it out, this is how the Cubs get on the board first here in that 4th. This was Aramis Ramirez having a little trouble on defense. Cubs up 1-0 here. And the defense in the bottom of the 4th helping out with that double play ball. So Sean Marshall looking good. The Cubs take that 2-0 lead, and then he surrenders 2 runs in the bottom half of the inning for them to tie it up, and then come back in the 7th inning to regain the lead as we check out how the Cubs took the lead for good in the 7th. Starting out with the base hit, Angel Pagan. Aramis Ramirez, as you talked about, Dan, has just been an RBI machine. Alfonso Soriano also getting in on the action here. So this was a good all-around inning for the Cubs, putting some hits together.
And really, you're talking about how valuable Fontenot has been to this team. I mean, here he comes through with a big 1-out base hit, 1st and 3rd. You know, I'm sure that the Nationals, the book, Lou Piniella, may be squeeze bunting. They may be trying some hitting and running, and they've just done a terrific job. And Darrell Ward, with 1 out, try to get the ball up in the air, does a great job. He had a very good night offensively tonight. When this team, the one thing that's been constant for this Cub team, for the most part, the starting pitching has been very good. The last 3-4 weeks, the bullpen has stepped it up, and you kind of feel like right now, when they have a lead, particularly 1 or 2 run lead, going into 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, really Carlos Marmol has brought a tremendous calm to this bullpen. He's throwing lights out. His ERA as of right now, 1.03. Ran a little bit of some difficulty there in the 8th inning, but he has the ability to strike people out. He has an overpowering fastball and a really good slider when he's throwing it for strikes, which he has been doing recently. And if he can continue to throw well until they get Ryan Dempster back to bridge that gap between the starting pitching that has been very good and getting Ryan Dempster back, or Bobby Howry has also stepped it up. This bullpen has done a tremendous job the last 4 weeks, completely turning around. You had the feeling going into the later part of May, early part of June, if the Cubs had a lead or they were close, losing by a 1-run game, going into the 7th, you weren't really comfortable that they were going to stay within a run, but they have done a terrific job. Here, Will Ullman comes in, makes 1 pitch, gets a 1-6-3 double play, throws 1 pitch, picks up the win, picks up a starting pitcher. So I tell you, the bullpen as a whole has been terrific. Michael Wirtz came in, did a terrific job here, makes a good pitch on a fastball on the outer half of the plate. Darrell Ward. They're making good pitches. They're getting big outs. And there's such a fine line between being successful, and this may have been the biggest pitch of the game. Bases loaded, a 1-1 count, a fastball on the inner half of the plate, line drive right at Darrell Ward.
And then Bob Howry comes in to pick up his 4th save of the season, with Ryan Dempster still out on the injury list. Are they getting more comfortable with Howry now in that closer role?
It was just a matter of time. Bobby Howry has been a good pitcher the last 4 or 5 seasons. He was brought in here to really solidify that 7th and 8th inning. He pitched very well last year, and for whatever reason, it was overuse last year, got off to a slow start. It's taken Bobby Howry a while to get in the groove, but he's found that groove right now, and he's been very, very good the last 3 weeks.
All right, well, it all started, though, with the starting pitchers on the night. Sean Marshall going for the Cubs, and he was coming off of his shortest outing of the season last time out. Here he goes 5 1/3. It was really cruising along very nicely, Dan, until he got into that 6th inning and the wheels started to fall off. And Lou Piniella, I'm not sure if he had a short Short leash there with Marshall, wanted to get him out right away.
Well, you know what? You could go back and dissect the sixth inning. Here he makes a great play on a comebacker, getting the ball to Cesar Turris to turn a 1-6-3 double play. But if you go back really into that sixth inning, there was a ball that was hit to right field that Mark DeRosa, here it is right here, kind of misplayed this ball. But you're taking a guy that's been an infielder for the most part. He's done a terrific job. And one of the things that really hurt on this play, he missed both cutoff men. And so he ended up airmailing this ball from almost the left field wall to third base, enabling Dimitri Young to get a three-base hit.
So a decent night for Marshall, even though he gets the no decision, as you mentioned. Will Homan with the W, one pitch, and he picks up the W. So all around, though, a good night for the Cubs as they win it 4-2. Let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll question now. Carlos Marmol, by the way, lost out to Chris Young in the All-Star team voting. And we want to know, fans, did you cast a vote for Carlos Zambrano to make the All-Star team? Just give us a yes or no. Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote. We'll have the results later in the show. And before we go to break, here are the National City NL Central standings as we take a look at the Brewers falling yet again. So they're having a tough road trip, a tough time in Pittsburgh. And with this loss, Dan, the Cubs are now just 4.5 games behind the Brew Crew in the Central Division. Can you see that creeping up closer?
Oh, not only can you and I see it in the Chicago Cub fans, but believe me, the Milwaukee Brewer fans are seeing it also. One of the things that the Brewers have done a very good job of this year, they've played very well at home, and the Cubs are starting to finally get to where they're taking advantage of playing at home at Wrigley Field, starting to score some runs, outslugging some teams, and this is going to be a very difficult stretch the next month and a half because it's going to be very difficult to start winning games 2-1, 3-2 when the wind's blowing out. You're going to have to start to score some runs, and they're starting to show some signs of life offensively.
All right, don't go away, everyone. Dan and I will be back with more Cubs postgame live right after this.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City Bank is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Visit rhinokidcare.com for more information.
Seriously, 4 feet by 5 feet. Well, apparently not, because I'm looking right at it.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Are you serious?
Just give it a try. Role play.
What's your name? He doesn't say anything because he's a doll.
Geico.com. So easy, a caveman can do it.
When you look at this club at the beginning of the season, its attitude, its form.
Scoring! There's the second goal by Chicago. Try shot and a goal!
Right down the middle after picking the pocket of Amado Guevara and scoring!
Could you pull my car up, please?
Silver SUV, coming right up. Wow, look at your car. I don't think we're liable for that.
Need a new truck? Get to GMC and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s, like 0% APR financing or $3,000 total cash back on every 07 Yukon. Sale ends July 9th. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Menards is where you'll find quality products for low prices. Make a secure home for your pet with Master Helco kennels. They just clamp together. A 6-foot-tall 6x6-foot kennel is just $149 after rebate. A 6x12 is $199 after rebate. Make any painting or staining job faster with a Wagner Wide Shot Power Sprayer, only $49 after rebate. The Wagner Lock and Go is just $89 after rebate. Plus, there's 0 interest till 2009 when you put it on your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
So you're ready to experience ESPN HD and ESPN2 HD at home. You made a great buy on a high-definition TV set, but have you got high-definition service from your cable or satellite provider? Just because you've got a high-definition set doesn't mean you're seeing ESPN and ESPN2 in high def. Contact your cable or satellite provider and see what your HD TV was made for.
Sports Rise every morning on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
our Four Seasons, who's hot, who's not around the majors right now. Who's hot in the last 7 days? Garrett Atkins hitting .379 with 4 home runs and 13 RBI. Adam LaRoche is hitting .464. He's got 8 RBI. And Ryan Braun of the Milwaukee Brewers also in the 400s, hitting .429 with 8 RBI. Now, who's not hot in the last 7 days? Adam Dunn of the Cincinnati Reds is just struggling, hitting just .125. Luis Gonzalez hitting .130. And Homer Bailey also having a tough time on the mound, just 0-1. Giving up 7 earned runs in the last week. So a couple of guys struggling there. The Cubs, though, putting everything together, pitching and hitting. They win again in Washington. 4-2 is the final from tonight's series finale in D.C. Let's check out the Cubs lineup from tonight's game. You'll notice Jack Jones is in there, Dan. He actually made the start tonight, and he got a couple of hits. And you think he can help this ball club if he has a chance and can start hitting.
Well, he needs to hit. And you know what? Jock Jones, if you look at his history, he's been a guy that hits somewhere in the 75 to 80 RBIs. Hits 275 to 280. He's gotten off to a slow start, and I think some of that contributed to that is, you know, the outfield shuffling that has been going on since the beginning of the season. And he is a very good bat for this team. If he's swinging the bat very well, you know, the negatives would be he has difficulties throwing. It's been very well documented, but he brings a lot to the table offensively if he's swinging the bat well. He hits good. He hits for power very well. He hits the ball to the opposite field, and he can run and steal you some bases. He's a good player. He's just, sometimes you get caught in the shuffle, and you're on the outside of the shuffle, not getting enough at-bats to stay sharp. And he's been historically an everyday player with the Minnesota Twins before coming here to the Cubs. And it's difficult to learn kind of a new position on a team as far as you're not going to be an everyday player. You're going to play against certain right-handed pitchers. And the Cubs, and what Lou Piniella has tried to do is to get as much offense to keep the hot hand. And you could look at this in the middle infield. Mike Fontenot, since he was brought up, you know, Mike Fontenot, if you would have said when the season started that he was going to be a very important part of this team offensively, you'd have to be a genius or really know something. But he has really been a spark for this team. Ryan Theriot has done the same thing. The Cubs have gotten in the last 3 weeks a lot of production out of guys that you really weren't counting on once the season starts, and that's a really good sign because that's what good teams do. They find a new hero, a new guy every night, and I tell you, this was a big win because this win tonight was a game that the Cubs weren't winning these games the first 2 months of the season. Having a lead, getting the game tied, it seemed like they were in several extra inning games. A lot of them at home weren't able to punch any runs across. They were able to answer right back and score 2 more runs, let the bullpen take over. This was a very good win and a good way to get out of D.C. in a big 3 games going into the break in Pittsburgh.
And another surprise, at least for this game, was Darryl Ward. Lou Piniella going with Darryl Ward at first base. In for Derek Lee. It had to be tough for D. Lee to sit out, but he's been struggling hitless in 10 at-bats in this series, and he also has a 29-game home run drought. So here comes in Darryl Ward, and he ends up with a couple of hits and a couple of RBI. He is your player of the game. Well,
this is what it's going to take for this team to get back in contention, and they are back in right now. 3 games going to the All-Star break. These are 3 really big games for this team right now. It's real easy as a team to have a little bit of a letdown. You come off a 3 out of 4 in D.C., you go to Pittsburgh, and you really have to stay focused and not look forward to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, the break. You really have to pay attention to these 3 games. You have a chance, if you can take 2 out of 3, to make this a very good road trip. 5-2 trip. If you can take 2 out of 3, you'd like to get greedy and think that you could sweep. But it's very difficult, and I don't care if you're talking about a really good team playing against a really bad team. At the Major League level, it is very difficult to sweep a team in a 3-game series, let alone a 4-game series. So if the Cubs can end this last 3 games before the break, winning 2 out of 3, I think it'll be a terrific statement. Get to the All-Star break, 2 or 3 games over 500. They're right back in it now, 4.5 games back.
All right, and as we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs. They head to Pittsburgh next. And we've got the game for you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus tomorrow night. Dano's getting on a plane heading to Pittsburgh tomorrow as well. They'll be there to finish out the weekend before the All-Star break. And then when they return, they'll be hosting Houston after the break. They'll have a workout at Wrigley on Thursday the 12th, and then open up the second half of the season against the Astros. Carlos Zambrano taking the mound in Game 1 of that series. Don't go away. Dan and I are back to wrap things up when we come back.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
The road to happiness. There's a lot of temptation out there.
In my hand is a little piece of heaven, and it's practical.
Nice. God, $9 grand. This won't make you happy. It'll end up buried in your closet. Put your money in an orange savings account. It won't go out of fashion, then you'll feel better about yourself. $9 grand.
Sorry.
High interest, no fees, no minimums. Next thing you know, there's more money than when you started. And you're right back on the road to happiness.
Visa Payway. Now there are more places and more ways to pay. Faster. Life takes Visa.
A shift has been made, and fuel-efficient cars are suddenly fun to drive cars. Small cars are safe cars with 6 standard airbags. And now there are 3 great cars starting for under $16,500 each. A shift has been made, so when you think fuel economy, safety, and value, think Nissan.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price, and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's, some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Tomorrow, the Cubs are on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. The road trip continues as Alfonso Soriano and the Northsiders battle the Pirates. Coverage starts with Verizon Wireless Cubs pregame live. Cubs Pirates tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
On Wednesday, the Cubs intentionally walked Ryan Zimmerman to load the bases for Dimitri Young, and Young hit a grand slam off of Cubs starter Rich Hill. Lou Piniella was asked about giving Zimmerman a free pass, and his response is our Geico quote of the day. Lou's answer, he says, "We tried to set up a double play, but the shortstop doesn't play in the bullpen." That is our Geico quote of the day. Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher here with Dan Plesac, and some disappointing news for Carlos Zambrano as he gets outvoted by Chris Young of the Padres. But we wanted to know, in our Pontiac opinion poll question of the night, did you cast a vote for Carlos Zambrano to make the All-Star team? And nearly 80% of you said yes, you did. Unfortunately, it was not enough to get Big Z into that All-Star game. A record 23 million votes were cast. Chris Young broke the record with 4.5 million votes. You know, it does help to be at home, as it helped Scott Podsednik last year, when you have that captive audience and you can get thousands and thousands of people voting all at once. But Big Z falls short. He's got the numbers. He's been 5-1 since early June. He's got 10 wins on the season now, on pace to maybe win 20 for the year. It's hard to argue with Chris Young, though, who has 16 wins on the season.
Well, you know, this is one of the few times, a lot of times the fans, or you get this voting off the internet, and, you know, a lot of things won, but I really think that they got it right this time. If you look at Chris Young's production this year, he has had a terrific season. Carlos Zambrano has been as good as any pitcher in either league the last 4 or 5 weeks. His last 5 or 6 starts, he has been absolutely dominant. And you might look at this, I know to Carlos Zambrano it's awfully important to, you know, to make an all-star team, but we kind of chuckled going into May the way he was pitching. He talked in the preseason and spring training about, you know, the Cubs, you know, getting into the postseason and him having a shot to win the National League Cy Young. If he keeps pitching the way he's pitching, he will forget about the All-Star game, and he's got a legitimate shot at winning that Cy Young Award. If he keeps this up, he's been dominant his last 5 starts.
Yes, he has. Absolutely outstanding. Well, let's check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game in Pittsburgh, Game 1. It is Jason Marquis on the mound for the Cubs, Paul Mahalem on the mound for the Pirates. Marquis snapped a 9-game winless streak his last time out against the Brewers. He went 7 innings, giving up just 4 hits and 1 run in a very critical game of that series against Milwaukee.
I thought that was the biggest game of the Cubs season up to this point for 2 reasons. One, they wanted to try to get 2 out of 3 against the Milwaukee Brewers. But secondly, Marshall and Rich Hill didn't get very deep in the games, and Rich Hill struggled mightily, and Sean Marshall struggled mightily, and they needed somebody to eat up some innings to give that bullpen a little bit of rest. That bullpen was very taxed going into that last game. And Jason had been struggling the last 4 or 5 starts prior to that. And I tell you what, he made a statement. That was a huge win, a huge start. And I really thought that that set the tempo for this 4-game road trip, winning 3 out of 4 in Washington.
Predictions, 3 games set in Pittsburgh. The last 3 games before the All-Star break, they took care of business in Washington. Now they have to beat a sub-500 team in Pittsburgh and keep it going.
Prediction is, I think, minimum, they are going to win 2 out of 3 games. They're very fortunate. They're getting some very favorable pitching matchups. They're going to dodge the Pirates' 2 best starters in Gorzolani and Ian Snell. So they're going to catch 3, 4, and 5 in the Pirates' rotation. I think if they can get this win tomorrow, Jason Marquis steps up. You know, there are no pushovers in the game of baseball, but it really sets up for this team to really have a pretty good shot of winning minimum 2 out of 3.
All right, Dan, have a good trip to Pittsburgh. We have to step aside for now. For Dan Plesek, I'm Gail Fisher. Stay tuned. We'll be joining the White Sox and Orioles in progress from U.S. Cellular Field.
Hurry, call now before Feldco's installation celebration comes to an end.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
The celebration keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's Feldco's Installation Celebration, our biggest sale of the year.
Call 866 for FEL DCO.
With free installation, you'll save thousands on Feldco windows, siding, and doors.
Hurry, call now before Feldco's installation celebration comes to an end.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Even a full-size luxury SUV designed to embrace the driver should be a statement in refined amenities, optional seating for 8, and technology for everyone. The new QX56. Exclusively with XM satellite radio with XM nav traffic and a complimentary 3-year subscription for both from Infinity.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
This July on HDNet, the leader in high-definition television. Quality sports and entertainment.
You know I gotta do this right.
Breathtaking news and documentaries. And exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
Give it just one more last chance before you say we're through.
We've got it all this July on HDNet.
Find an easier way to shop with Shop NBC.
From fashion, jewelry, cosmetics, electronics, and everything for your home. Shop NBC is the place to shop 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping made easy from the comfort of your own home. Shop NBC. Be good to yourself.
Friday on Chicago Tribune Live, it's 3 big games on Comcast Sportsnet, and we'll have news from the South Side as the Sox battle the Twins in a doubleheader. Plus, we'll have a preview of the Cubs and Pirates. That and more starts Friday at 5:30.
It is the bottom of the 7th inning, 10-11-0 for us, 5-7-0 for them, and a pitching change coming on southpaw John Parrish for Chad Bradford. Just tuning in, Sox 5 in the first. Big blow, a 3-run shot by Jermaine Dye. Sox added 2 more in the second. 2-run homer by Iguchi. Added 3 in the 6th, made it a 10-2 ball game. 2-run homer by Uribe. So here's AJ. Makoviak on deck. Takes ball 1. AJ is 1 for 3. Just shot a single in the left field last time up.
He stayed on the ball nicely the other direction from left-hander Kurt Perkins. But the thing is, AJ, he wants to hit some home runs. I mean, that's obvious by his approach a lot of the time. But he has power enough to leave the opposite direction, and he stays on the ball.
High pop up left side. Gomez. Fairground makes the catch for out number 1. So here's Makoviak. Rob, who last night pinch hit, bottom of the 9th inning, 2 men on, cranked out his 4th homer. High and wide. And if you missed that last night, that's out. Big hack, no contact, 1-1. All right, and we want to welcome. There's a base hit by Rob. Peyton's going to get to it, but Makoviak pulls in to second. But we want to welcome all the viewers who are watching that Cub-Washington game. Cubs won that 4-2. Right here's a 10-5 Sox lead.
And Makoviak for the 2nd straight night enjoying being a defensive replacement and coming up and getting it at bat.
Well, also, that's going to, unless there's a double play someplace, it's going to ensure Gucci to get another at bat. Tadahito with a double, triple, and homer in this ball game.
And if you're feeling that good about yourself, you can just go ahead and poke one somewhere for a single.
There's strike 1 to Josh. Josh has struck out, gone out to right, and he's gone out to center.
It has been an excellent game for the Sox offense. Everybody seems to feel like they can contribute tonight. Now, Josh is looking for his first hit.
And to count 0-2. Luis Torrero on deck.
John Danks really had smooth sailing. He had the little speed bump in the 3rd inning, and after that, I mean, he got on a nice roll.
But then the 7th inning showed up, and boom, the 3-run home run makes it look like a terrible outing.
And there's a base hit. And the ball gets away from Payton. So Makoviak will score, and it's 11-5. So it'll be a single, error on Payton.
I think that's going to be changed as Josh Field gets out and smokes this ball. Right here, Payton's going to have it eat him up. He looks up and doesn't make the play, but Makoviak was never slowed down. Shines was waving him home all the way. So that should be an RBI because of that. Take a look at Makoviak. He's digging hard all the way, and he is being waved. Never breaks stride. And when that takes place, you can't assume that he would not have scored on a throw to home plate. It should be an RBI single.
I'm sure it will be. Want to know the count. So because Josh Fields did not move into second base on that, there will be no error, and it will be an RBI for Fields, which is much, much better. But Josh picks up his 16th ribby. The ball is striking out. Playing behind Josh at first base. Outfield there for the most part straight up, spread out. And we'll check some scores for you here. 15-4. Carmine's leading Tampa Bay at Fenway, top of the 8th inning. 2-2. This afternoon, Detroit thumped the Indians 12-3 at Comerica Park. In the Bronx, Yankees beat the Twinkies 7-6. Minnesota, of course, on their way here for that doubleheader tomorrow. That split doubleheader. Games at 1 and 7, and then weekend games. As he goes through that one. Terrell now 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored, and that'll bring up Uribe. Bottom of the 6th down in Texas. Angels leading the Rangers 5-1. Mets leading Houston 5-1. Bottom of the 8th down at Minute Maid. There's a strike. Uribe has walked and scored, grounded to second, and then cranked out his 8th homer, 2-run shot last inning.
Often do we talk about it? If Juan Uribe at the bottom of the lineup gets hot, how many games the Sox will win because of it?
0-2 the count.
He's the kind of man at the bottom of a lineup that teams can forget about. And he can drive in a lot of big runs.
Gap out there in left center. There's a chopper 2-hopper down the 3rd. Gomez the peg, and that'll do it. Sox do pick up 1. RBI single by Josh Field.
Visa PayWave. Now there are more places and more ways to pay. Faster. Life takes Visa.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
I see you're driving a Cadillac.
And I see you're doing the very same.
Welcome to the world of gentlemen. Gentlemen.
It's good to be here.
The spacious Cadillac DTS. Room for 4 grown gentlemen. Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Dan Jiggets, Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for you for the night ahead. So don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. That's a fan's best friend. 8th inning. Markakis, Millar, and Hernandez, the scheduled hitters. 11-13-0 for us, 5-7-0 for them. Outfield around to the left. First pitch fastball strike. Markakis has a little soft single. Then he has a 2-run double. And he also has a pop-up to short. Got his average up to 275 to go along with his 9 homers and 48 ribbies. Guy's a good-looking player.
That he is. He has got some talent. He's one of those players also that comes across that is going to refuse to fail. I mean, he is going to put the work in, and he's going to not want to waste at bats, make mistakes.
That fastball out of play.
One of the players that was very similar the Sox had. Aaron Rowland was the kind of player that just refused to fail. He was always going to put the work in, take everything as serious as can be to be successful.
Breaking ball. 2-2. Well, usually guys who refuse to fail have a deep inner drive. And most of the time, it's that fear of failing. He gone.
Yeah, those are the kind of guys from Mihawk. When I watch them and you watch how they work, they take their batting practice, see them during spring training, how they go about pushing themselves as hard as possible. You realize that because of that, even if they have limited talent, they are going to get over. They're going to be fine because they refuse to not be successful.
That's out of play. Millar for 3 tonight. Well, the only way to overcome limited talent in the major leagues is by outcompeting the other guys. You've got to outcompete them. You've got to refuse to let anybody outcompete you. And that is a big, big process. That's inside. And a lot of things go into that arena, because it is an arena. There's no question about it. That's where you do battle. You compete any way, in every way. 2-1.
You know, you may not be a person when we're talking about these guys that refuse to fail. They just have to succeed, or they won't really accept anything else. Doesn't mean they're going to be, you know, guys that hit 350 every year with 100 home runs. It just means they're getting the most of what they have.
Well, you got overachievers and you got underachievers.
And generally those guys that refuse to fail, I mean, these guys will not accept failure. They are going to be good enough to stick around a long time.
Well, there's a walk. And here's Hernandez. Ramon. twice has gone out to right. Once he has gone out to left. He just missed one. A high, towering, not line drive, George Hoffman. High, towering fly ball.
Well, I'm looking up the Twins. Long over from playing the Yankees as that's hit right back up the middle, knocked down by Iguchi. He'll have no play. An infield hit for Hernandez. The Twins in town, probably give themselves a nice late dinner here before they tuck themselves in, go night-night for that split doubleheader tomorrow.
So the walk. And then the infield single got Massett in trouble. And it's going to be up to Matt Thornton to bail him out. So Massett departs, and we'll be back.
My car, please.
Silver one. Coming right up.
Look at that! Awesome!
Not for you.
Need a new car? Get to Pontiac and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s. Through July 9th, choose 0% financing plus $1,000. Or get into a new G6 sedan starting at $15,645. The Pontiac Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th. Visit PontiacDrive.com.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
So yeah, my Corolla gets 41 miles per gallon. Not surprising considering Toyota's reputation, but I also got a great deal. Honestly, I expected to pay a lot more. So I donated the extra money to saving the whales. And pandas. Wow.
Hey.
Hey.
Scott, right?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Well, see you at the fundraiser.
Yes, you will.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
And time for the forward call to the pin. It's for a hard throw and Matt Thornton. 35 games this year. He's 2-3. He's got a .519 earned run average. Opponent's hitting .279 against Matt. As he'll come on and try and get himself 2 quick outs there in the 8th inning.
Aubrey Huff. 1 for 3, a double, leading off last inning, and he scored. Matt tied in the American League. He's 8th, tied for 8th with 11 holes. Ground ball could be. Gooch. Yes, rack him up. Matt Thornton comes on and bails out Massett. And stay with us. Bottom of the 8th, Tadahito Iguchi going for the cycle.
Could you pull my car up, please? Silver SUV? Coming right up. Wow! Look at your car. I don't think we're liable for that.
Need a new truck? Get to GMC and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s, like 0% APR financing or $3,000 total cash back on every 07 Yukon. Sale ends July 9th. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Help! Help! I'm hurt and can't work. I need help to pay my rent, car payment, and electric bill.
You! Do something!
My bills! My hero.
Aflac. Ask about it at work. You know, I'm really glad we got a RAV4. I mean, it's a Toyota, so you know it's well made. And we scored a great price. And with 30 miles a gallon, we'll save on gas, too. So I was thinking, since we're spending so much less money than we expected, let's go ahead and get you that necklace, huh?
Or we could get your mountain bike.
Yeah, for sure? Cool. Let me show you what I picked out. Oh, my God. You want to ride on the handlebars?
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Let's take a look right now. The Dodge drive of the game. Rain dive. Ouch. JD in the first inning hit a 3-run home run, making it a 5-0 ball game at that point.
And right here. (11-5), 11-13-0, 5-8-0. And Tadahito Oguchi on deck. All he needs is a single for the cycle. He doubled in the first, homered in the second, and tripled in the sixth. So here's Andy Gonzalez. And he's 1 for 4. He singled to lead off the bottom of the first.
We'll just call that the one that got away.
Sometimes as a hitter, you don't think that.
Unless you can put 2 and 2 together, you got to give the pitcher the benefit of the doubt.
They might have a history in the minor leagues. You don't know. There's a strike. From a hitter's standpoint, most of the time, you're guilty until proven innocent. He checks it up.
Well, you know, you get a guy just throws one at your legs, and you're like, huh? Just look out there at him and say, I'm not scared of you. Get back in there and get yourself a base hit.
High and wide. 2 and 2. A base hit by Andy. Leading off the bottom of the first was just a rocket right back through the middle. Just bisected second base. As Parrish gets him. And look at this flashback here. April 27, 2000, Jose Valentin. Last Sox player to hit for the cycle.
And he did it in order. Single, double, triple, homer.
Against Baltimore. So here we go. Gooch needs a single.
Boy, the last one by Valentin in 2000. Chris Singleton hit for the cycle in 99. It didn't last long for him to enjoy the difficult thing to do in a ball game.
One and one to count. Now he's got a good count at 2 and 1. And the Bronx cheer goes up. The boos.
Well, Parrish probably has no idea that Higuchi's standing up there with a single, double, and a triple. Just knows he's been hitting the ball hard.
The ball turned on and right size, wrong shape.
So the question is, you got a single for the cycle, and you hit it over the fence, and you have yourself a 2-home-run game. You happy with the home run, or did you want that single?
Well, you could As right here, the payoff. Just got a piece of it. Like that guy in basketball who got the triple-double. A little tainted. Because you could do it. Hit one out of the ballpark, tag first, miss second, miss third, miss home. If Gooch can help it, there will be no walks in this at bat. Not with a 6-run lead.
Well, he's fouled off a couple of pitches now. He's probably going to square one up. Yeah, if it's a strike, he's going to get himself a base hit.
Tops it foul.
Oh, he likes to prolong the at bat.
Come on, Gooch, one time, buddy. Too high.
Well, Gooch said, hey, not at the expense of wasting an at bat am I going to go up out of the strike zone that high.
There you see the numbers on Tomey. 2 for 4. That single, double, 2 ribbies. Scored once. Got his average up to 280. John Garland against Scott Baker at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in that first of a split doubleheader. In game 2, Gavin Floyd just called up from Charlotte against Matt Garza. 7:05 start. And both those games, if you can't make it to the ballpark, will be over Comcast Sportsnet. There's Gavin on the right, working that gum out. Takes it up, takes a strike, and the count 2-1.
And let's take a look right now at the LoJack stat of the game. Tadahito, 88% success rate this year, 7 out of 8. And LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Henry shaking out that right wrist.
Well, Jimmy doesn't really get a nice swing at this. It's a little half-hearted, off-balance kind of swing at the upper body and wrists. Therefore, shaking out that wrist, which he has hurt in the past.
What he is feeling in that wrist is a big-time burning sensation right on the outside of it. And it happens with all power hitters.
Oh, yeah. Mine used to kill me all the time. Oh. Oh, yeah. I remember it. You just reminded me. I'd forgot, but now it just came back to me, that ache.
And if you're just tuning in, about the 3rd inning, I put my hip waders on up here.
Well, keep you on your toes, partner.
Literally and figuratively. All the BS is flying around this thing tonight. Tippy-tilted like Tiny Tim through the tulips.
Well, don't make me have to get you to check the stats, buddy. Okay.
The what?
Check the stats. I don't want to have to go there.
So he always takes it up and in. And the count 1-1.
We just asked Fred McGriff, who had the higher home run percentage per at bat in 91. Okay, just ask Freddie. He'll tell you. He or myself. Freddie hit 493 home runs. Now don't forget that.
That ball into center field. Can of corn for Corey Patterson. So Iguchi walks, misses the cycle, but we'll go to the ninth, leading 11-5.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Baltimore, Washington, and Washington Dulles International, maybe this will. Unlike other airlines, our low fares don't have hidden fees.
You are now free to move about the country.
Ford's model year clearance. The best time to drive a Ford SUV with 0% financing plus $2,007 cash back on every Ford SUV, including Expedition EL, the leader in total quality. Expedition offers an available powerful third-row seat and Explorer with the most safety features in its class. Get 0% financing plus $2,007 cash back on every Ford SUV during Ford's model year clearance. Visit your local Ford dealer or go to ChicagoFordDealers.com.
Tomorrow, it's a day-night doubleheader on Comcast Sportsnet as the White Sox square off with the rival Twins in high definition. Coverage starts with Felco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Twins tomorrow starting at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Back here at the ballpark in time for the Giordano's deliveries of the game. Iguchi, one aboard, no more. Tadahito in the second inning going way back to right center, and then Uribe says, anything you can do, I can do better. He also picks up a 2-run home run. That was in the 6th.
Top of the 9th inning. Matt Thornton trying to close this thing out. 11-5 good guys. Finale of this 4-game set. As there's a chopper. Uribe got to hurry. No.
Well, even as quick as Juan Uribe is getting the ball from his glove to his hand, now with Peyton running down the line on that chopper, you're not going to get him. Forget about it. But he is as good as they come with that throw up the middle, off balance, back across the body as Uribe.
Peyton's amazing.
3 infield hits in the last 2 games.
He's amazing. Freddie Bynum. He's 1 for 3. 0-1 to count. And a breaking ball, 0-2. Corey Patterson on deck. Mets leading Houston 6-2, bottom of the 9th down at Minute Maid. Atlanta 1, the Dodgers nothing, top of the 2nd. In LA, as he just does get a piece of that one. Cubs beat Washington 4-2. St. Louis beats Arizona 3-2. Cincinnati 6, Giants 3 at the Great American Ballpark. Same score, Pittsburgh over Milwaukee 6-3 at PNC. And Florida defeated the Padres at Petco 3-2. Over the American League 15-4. Boston beats Tampa Bay. Breaking ball, Souvenir left side. This afternoon at Comerica Park, Tigers thumped the Indians 12-3. Angels leading Texas 5-1, bottom of the 7th down in Arlington. Yankees beat Minnesota today 7-6 in the Bronx. Later on, Seattle taking on the A's at the Coliseum. We are up to date on all Major League scores. Ball in the left field. Watch out. Owens got turned around and could not recover.
Yep. You can see the normal center fielder, Jerry Owens, having a bit of a problem off of the bat. That would automatically, from a left-hander, is going to slice towards the left field line. So when the ball is hit at you or just over your left shoulder, you have to turn towards the line, which you've got to think about before it leaves the bat. You have to get the angle in your mind before it leaves the bat. Therefore, you turn the right way.
So here's Patterson with nobody out, ducks on the pond. Patterson 1 for 3, a 2-run homer, his second of the season, coming in the 7th. Cutting and slashing. 0-1. A little infield single by Payton and the double by Bynum.
And that double, if Jerry would have turned the right way, he would have made that play. So Matt really wearing it in this inning.
One and one to count. Good pitch in on the fist. So Thornton in control, put a ball and 2 strikes. The 27-year-old center fielder. Corey now 7 for 15 in this series.
Well, if somebody were to go talk to Don Cooper after Thornton's performance up to this point, say, well, you know, he gave up the 2 hits to start the 9th inning. You know, is he having problems?
He gone.
Don Cooper's response would be, what? Are you talking about that little infield hit and that fly ball that could have been caught? Next question. And then Matt, good strikeout right there. Patterson, who handles left-handers extremely well.
Activity is now switch hitting second baseman Ryan Roberts. He's 1 for 4. He has popped up to left, singled, struck out, and grounded to third. That's softly hit. 2 down. And right now, let's check out our Heineken Picks to Click. Who do you agree with? The parentheses are the number of wins. 48% went with DJ and Canerco. They're not going to win. 26% went with Aducci and the crew, and also game. So for DJ Darren Jackson, for our director Jim Angelo, for our producer Mike Burley, for Dave Ross, the mayor Mean Joe Groove, also Mike Mayer and Frank D'Amato. This is a Hawk. So long, everybody. Good night.
Who's counting on your car today? Your car is too important to trust to just anyone. Come to Midas and get the Midas Touch Maintenance Package for just $29.95. It can keep your car on the road and help reduce your fuel costs this summer. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
car or truck, get to Chevy and transform your ride with great deals on most 07s.
Lease this 07 Cobalt Sedan LS for around $169 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. The Chevy Transform Your Ride sale ends July 9th, so get to your Chevy dealer today.
White Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. By Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. By U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.